Living every day in your head for free. You can tap away, but I will not hear you scream. You can break the keys, spread your toxicity, your world outside reality. In your room, a little hideaway, but you let it through. Enough to go insane, living in the dark hasn't treated you well. You're building your own prison cell. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Did I brush you off? Is it your lack of friends? We never met, even if you pretend. Am I in your debt? I don't owe you nothing. Don't say something you'll regret. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Hate, rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it on me. Rage, don't waste it on me. Spite, lies telling you, don't waste it. I'm telling you, don't waste it. Lies telling you, don't waste it on me. What you think about when you're born into a fire? But let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race.
So I think I've learned this time. We're going to try not to stop in the middle of the figure eight. If we have to stop, we'll be good.
Welcome to the Throttle Up Racing Network. Currently, we are getting ready for the last chance qualifier for the 180-minute figure eight endurance race. Now, this race that we're watching right now, or that they're practicing for, this is at Irwindale Speedway out in California, but a big race like this is up in Indiana every year. That's what we're going toward in this one. Gonna have several guys fighting for just a couple spots. So the top two in this race will advance to the main feature right after this one. We did have one update from last night. That was that one of our fast qualifiers had decided not to race. Let me find my note sheet here. Josh Logsdon, fastest qualifier in the second qualifying race yesterday. He's dropped out. That moves Garrett Britton, who finished 13th yesterday. He's automatically advances now, so you won't see him in this race. They're winding down practice. We're going to have qualifying.
Living every day in your head for free. You can tap away.
First on track, William Bartholomew. Now, like I said, we're only taking two entries from this race.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Anyways, the qualifying here, nobody will advance, although it will definitely play a part in original picking and stuff like that. So, yeah, guys, keep it clean, keep it safe. That's all I got to say. Pointing that, you guys are on one fast repair, taking the top 2 drivers, and I will message those
They
that
are
got
doing the-
provisional within a couple minutes of the end of the race. So, if you don't get a message, if you don't get top 2 and don't get a message, I want to thank you guys for coming out, racing with us. Make sure you like the Facebook page. High Racing and Considerate Racing for get more updates and details.
Sorry about that. These short practice times, it's hard to get everything going exactly smooth the first try, so had to turn off the in-race audio. But we are good now as William Bartholomew out there running a few more laps. Andrew Teep, currently the quickest qualifier in this last chance race. Nick Dwarnick, second quickest as he pulls off the track. Jacob Brown out there. Gary Cronenwet gets out there, runs that top time right now in the number 9. Austin Swinford, the number 29 Coca-Cola car. Got a few minutes left. Barrett Morton, he's currently 10th quickest in the number 3. And Swinford moves up to 6th. Troy Phillips out there in that number 39 car. Trying to get his fast time in. Timothy Perkins as well in the 59. Now, sometimes you'll see these guys stopping on the track. Yesterday, we didn't really know what that was about, but we found out since that these cones and these white lines will give these guys time penalties, just like, if you know anything about iRacing, just like a road course. When you go off course, it'll give you a little bit of a time penalty, and that's what that is. Guys getting out of the way, serving their time penalty. Sometimes it's 2 seconds, sometimes it's 10, so who knows? Just depends on what kind of a penalty these guys get. As these guys still rolling around trying to get their last little bit of qualifying. One more competitor still out there running around. He's just kind of rolling. But as we get going, like I said, we're only going to be taking 2 drivers from this race. There's going to be a couple of provisionals as well offered so that they can fill up the field. Cronenwet and Andrew Teep going to be the top 2 rolling off the grid. The thing is that if you qualify up front, I mean, it shows that you're fast, but you're the first ones to counter and encounter that crossover there in the middle. You see the X, where the back of the field is still running. You're going to be the first ones to come across and have to try and avoid the back of the field. We've got about 30 seconds left until we'll start gridding. This again is what we are racing for. Several awards. This is what these guys are trying to get into the main event so that they can be qualified for some of these. We're getting ready to go green. Your pole sitter for this last chance qualifier, Gary Cronenwet. Andrew Teep rolling off second. Thomas O'Leary out there in the number 8, rolling off third. Nick Dwarnick starting fourth. Jacob Brown rolling off in the 5th position. Austin Swinford going to start 6th. William Bartholomew in 7th. Barrett Morton going to start 8th position. Tom Shackelford out there in 9th. Timothy Perkins in 10th. Troy Phillips going to start 11th. And Lee Williams got his work cut out for him, starting a shotgun on the field in 12th spot. All right, and as we get going, we also have Jamie Dunning with us tonight. How you feeling, Jamie?
I'm feeling good, Mr. Camper. How are you tonight, sir?
Oh, doing good. Getting ready to get started. How many cars do you think are going to finish this one? Only 20 laps, but I believe we only got one faster pair. So how many cars do you think are going to cross that line?
I think all 20 will cross the line, as they're going to be conservative while trying to battle their way up to the top 2 spots to make it into the main. That's the main goal for these drivers, is finish 1-2. That's all they got to do, and if they got a brake check into the crossover, that's what they're going to do, is just keep their cars clean from here on out.
Absolutely. The pace car off. They're getting ready to go green. Gary Cronenwet going to take them down to the line. And green flag for the number 9. He takes off. Andrew Teep in the 84. He's trying to get out to second. Only the top 2 will advance, so that's who we're looking at. First and second, we already got a little bit of a collision back in the back. We'll keep an eye right here on the crossover. Number 9, Gary, starting to get out to a lead. 17 laps to go. He's already starting to get close to the back of the field as he stretches out a lead. Second, Andrew Teep as well, getting out to a little bit over 3rd place. And they're already crossing cars as they come through the crossover. There goes a couple spun around. Oh! Almost a wreck involving second position. The 13 trying to get back going. Now the 29. He's a lap down, back in 10th. Andrew Teep and Gary Cronenwet trying to get a little bit of a race going here. 1.7 seconds the difference. You see those cones flying. Oh, there goes one. You see these cars crossing back and forth over top of each other. So far, incident free for our top 2. The 39 tiptoes through the middle. So far, these top 2 have done a great job of keeping their cars clean and stretched out a big lead over 3rd. But you see cars flying everywhere through the center section, but our top 2 have not encountered any incidents. Time will tell. That will change, I'm sure, with 12 laps to go. And there we go. The leader now spins it around, gets tagged as he's running side by side with Thomas O'Leary. This the battle for the transfer position. Both number 8's on their car, but the outside car, that's actually number 9 of Gary Cronenwet. Thomas O'Leary moves high. Gary to the bottom. They're bumping and banging with 10 laps to go. Who's going to make it and who's going to have to try and fight for a provisional? Looks like Gary's starting to try and get back out to a lead. He's been quick all race long. Just can't get involved in any more incidents. Cones flying everywhere. Several cars already a lap down. 7 still remain on the lead lap with a chance to make it into the main event. And Andrew involved in an incident. Let's see what happened there. That was in the crossover, and he's got a blown engine. He's going to have to head to the pits. Right there. Hits one coming through the middle. He's still out there running, but in the 3rd position, a second off of 2nd. He's got to have something happen to these top guys. And there goes his engine. 84 Andrew Teep going to have to head to the pits. And he's not going to make it into the pits. Going to have to tow. That puts Cronenwet back out in the lead. O'Leary now up by about 9.5 seconds over 3rd for this transfer position. There's 2nd. Here's 3rd coming back around on that last turn through the left-hander. They're very close to crossing each other. 59 around. And he hits the 3. That's going to make it a little bit harder on that number 3. O'Leary now with a big lead over the 3 of Morton. 3 laps to go. That's 6 more times through the crossover. Thomas O'Leary hanging on. Only 3 seconds off the lead. But all that doesn't matter right now. It's top 2 advance. And this is the position. He's got 17 seconds now over Swinford, the 29. We're coming to the line. Gary Cronenwet going to win this one. Thomas O'Leary also going to advance. There's your top 2. There they are. Those 2 are your 2 that advance into the main feature. There will be announcements in a few minutes on the provisionals and who else gets in. So we will be right back as we get the track prepared for the main event right here on the Throttle Up Racing Network. we are back here at the main event. I'm going to talk to a couple of guys. Our two that advanced. We had 3 provisionals. Andrew Teep, Jacob Brown, and Shackelford. They're all going to make it through into this main event, but let's talk to our 2 guys that just advanced from the main, or from the last chance qualifier, our top 2 finishers. First is, let's talk to Thomas O'Leary. He's not in the session yet. He's getting loaded in. All right. Hey, Thomas, this is Dakota in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Thomas, you did a great job keeping the car clean, coming through, advancing through that last chance qualifier. What's it going to take to keep the car clean for 3 hours?
Just mainly be consistent. Try not to get in any wrecks. Try to save as many fast repairs as you can. Just try to stay out of the pit.
Absolutely. Well, you were looking fast. Do you think you got something for these guys that qualified through last night?
Maybe. Trying to get some help from Gary Cronenwet right now. I was real busy yesterday, so luckily I got to make it tonight. So see if we can have some fun.
Absolutely. Well, good night, or good luck, Thomas. We'll hopefully see you in Victory Lane later.
All right, thank you. It'd be nice to talk to you again.
Thank you. All right, that was Thomas O'Leary. Now let's talk to Gary Cronenwet. Hey, Gary, this is Dakota in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Got you loud and clear.
Hey, man, you did a great job. Won that last chance qualifier. Do you think you've got the speed and the ability to get through this crossover probably 1,000 times before the night's over and come away first place tonight?
I think I got the speed now. I had really help today from Garrett Fox to put me in the right direction. I was just out to lunch earlier with the qualifying races last night. But today, it's got the speed, but I just got to stay out of trouble. Like you said, 1,000 times to the cross, it's going to be crazy. But I think it's just nutrition you got to watch out for. If you start getting tired and using up your car, you ain't going to be there at the end.
Absolutely. So, as I'm going to be saying your name a whole lot tonight, how do you pronounce your last name?
Last name is pronounced Cronenwet.
Cronenwet. Okay, I was at least fairly close.
Sorry, you call me whatever you want. Just don't call me an a-hole.
All right. That's Gary Cronenwet. Thank you, man. Good luck tonight. Hopefully we'll be talking to you in Victory Lane later.
I hope so, too. Hope everyone out there is watching and has fun, and enjoy the show.
All right. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
All right. Those were the 2 that advanced from that last chance qualifier. So you got to look at that last chance qualifier, Jamie. What do you think about that one? That one was actually a little bit more clean than the races we saw last night.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It was a lot cleaner than what we saw in the qualifier. I mean, these guys had one goal, was trying to keep their car clean, as they only had one fast repair for 20 laps, and 50 laps last night's sessions, they used those 2 fast repairs up pretty much in 20 laps, and they had to stay clean the rest of the race. So those guys stayed clean and kept their noses, out of danger when the crossover came. Unfortunately, some guys, had to use their fast repair early, but in the end, that's the whole game plan when you come to figure 8 racing, is push hard, trying to advance up the track as far as you can without hitting anybody in the crossover.
That's right, Jamie. I believe we have a development on that, is that they've gone to unlimited fast repairs, so we're going to see several cars out here. I think they said like 30 cars are going to be racing in this race. So unlimited fast repairs, they're going to be out there for the full 180 minutes. So we're going to have a whole lot to talk about tonight, Jamie.
That is for sure. It's going to be one wild ride here at Irwindale at the Figure 8 track. It's going to be intense. and there's going to be a lot of cars flipping and banging. It's going to be a great show to watch.
Absolutely. And these provisionals that came through, one of those is Andrew Teep, and he's currently second quickest. So one to watch out for. A provisional, had to use a provisional to get into the main event, but second quickest, Andrew Teep, certainly fast as we go forward.
That's correct. He is one of the fastest guys out on the track as of right now. But it all comes down to is just staying clean. I mean, tire wear is going to be an issue here as well. You know, with these right hand and left hand turns, you want to have somewhat tire wear so your car can stick and turn into the corner and out of the corner. It's going to be interesting to see what these guys can do with tires. You're going to probably see a lot of guys spinning out on exit of the right hand and the left hand turns.
Yeah, especially that right-hander. We kind of talked about that last night. Diving into that right-hand turn in these oval cars that are designed to turn left. It's going to be wow when they get into that right-hand corner. All that momentum sends to the left, and they go flipping and rolling over to the left if they don't have these cars dialed in just right.
Yeah, that's correct. We saw a bunch of it last night, and cars entering the right-hand turn and just rolling. As you said, you cannot, you know, turn these cars left as much as you can. Turn these cars right as left. But I mean, these guys have been doing this for a couple weeks now, practicing, so they know how to handle these cars into that right-hander, and that's going to be their intake on these cars. It's just keep it clean, and also, you know, trying to finish the race up front.
Yeah, so the winner of those qualifying races last night, they got a $10 purse. That was given by Next Level Designs. Next Level Designs, they offer spectacular and euphoric iRacing wraps and designs at an affordable cost. Check them out on Facebook. Go get yourself a new look on the track. That's Next Level Designs. So as we're going here, Jeremy Wall, he's fast, got the speed, but also he won one of those qualifying races last night, so knows how to keep it clean and has speed. I think he may be one of the top guys to watch tonight.
I mean, it's anybody's race when it comes to figure eight racing. You cannot just pinpoint one guy and say, hey, he's going to be the quickest one and the best one to win this race. It all depends on that crossover at the end of the run.
And as you say that, he gets decked coming through, as well as two other cars sliding in front of him. One of our fast qualifiers, Garrett Fox, out there currently fourth quickest. He was the fast qualifier in one of those qualifying races last night. He'll be one to watch as we go through. Gary Cronenwell, we just talked to, he's currently seventh quickest. Thomas O'Leary as well, he's out there. He's in the top 12 of the fastest cars. And Garrett Britton, we saw him go flying last night. And that's going to be one of our awards as we go through the night. We're going to be giving out several awards. One of those awards is called the Pull Downy. And that's going to be for the first car to go flying. And last night we saw him. He got launched from the crossover and landed on the start-finish line on the main track out there where the pit road is. Not on this figure eight track, but on the main track. He got absolutely sent. And that's what we're going to be looking for tonight. Who is the first one to get shot straight into that outside track, to get knocked off of the figure eight track? They're going to win the Pull Downy Award. we're getting ready to go to qualifying. There you go. Everybody clears off the track. We'll go to qualifying. That Pull It Downey award, that's from Kyle Downey. He was racing a trailer figure eight race in 2019. He was struck and broke his hip in the crossover. And from that incident, the term Pull It Downey came about. So he's going to put together the Pull It Downey award for the first driver to pull it Downey and get sent flying. Just like the number 11, Garrett Britton, did last night. So now we're qualifying. We're going to see this right here. We're going to try and get used to these names. This Tom Shackelford, listed as 26, but he's out there in the 177. There is going to be a fast qualifier award given to the fastest qualifier for this race. That's going to be given out by the Northwest Figure 8 Evergreen Speedway. Currently, Gary Cronenwet just advanced into this race from that last chance qualifier. And as we talked to him in that interview, said he thought he had his car dialed in, and that's pretty evident. Garrett Fox, another fast one, is going to be behind him currently. Can't quite knock Cronenwet off the top of the board. Thomas O'Leary out there, he's currently 5th quickest. And he was one that also just advanced. James Fox out there in the Napa Know-How 58. Let's see where he ends up. Currently 5th. Now Accord comes out, jumps up to the 4th spot in that green number 17. See these cars really leaning over in the right-hander. And Ty Leclerc, he was another one that we saw last night that was very fast. He'll qualify 3rd. Dawson Hess out there, he's flipped upside down. Let's see if we can take a look at how that happened. As he was finishing his qualifying run, comes across the line. Oh, he drove straight into it, flipped her right upside down, and he's still just hanging out upside down. Jeremy Wall out there in the 151. He didn't qualify well in those qualifying races, but he raced well, drove up to the front as the leaders were taken out in the crossover. Jeremy Wall currently 16th quickest. These guys have 4 qualifying laps. Trying to get in a rhythm as they go through. Brent Huffman, currently 27th quickest in the 45 Mountain Dew car. Let's see if he can move up the board on this second lap. Still 27th for Brent. That looks like all the qualifiers. 28 cars. And on top of the board, Garrett Fox. He did get it done by 5/1000ths of a second. No, 5/100ths of a second. He will get it done. And our fastest qualifier, that's an award from the Northwest Figure 8. Northwest Figure 8 Evergreen Speedway, that's in Monroe, Washington. It's the center of figure 8 racing in the Northwest. Having expanded their culture to multiple tracks in the region, they expect to keep growing the sport even more this upcoming season. Check them out on Facebook, Instagram, and their brand new Twitter account, or at www.northwestfigure8.com. And that award given to Garrett Fox for being the top qualifier. We can get a word with him soon. Does anybody on this speed chart surprise you, Jamie? I think for me, out there in second spot, Gary Cronenwet just advanced from the qualifier, from the last chance qualifier. And Gary Cronenwet, he's going to qualify second, almost got the pole. So we've got just a few minutes left. Tyler Cleric, another fast one.
All right, sorry about that.
There he is, having a little problem with his microphone. Jamie, of all these qualifiers, did anybody surprise you on speed?
Yeah, with the 180 of Brayton Laister, I mean, I've seen that, you know, he's races these in real life, and he started in P7, and I want to say yesterday in the qualifier race, he finished towards the back of the eligible qualifiers. That was because of incidents. And I know he started the race in the qualifying session in the back as well and worked his way back up. I think he was P3 at once, but I got into an accident. So we're going to see how he does here, starting midway through the pack towards the front, see if he can keep his nose clean. I'm sure he's going to be able to put his machine in the top three by the end of this race.
Absolutely. We've got our top qualifier, Garrett Fox, down in the waiting room. Let's pull him up and see what he's got to say about qualifying on the pole for tonight's 180-minute figure 8 endurance race. Hey, Garrett, this is Dakota in the broadcast booth. Got a copy?
Yes, sir. I got you.
Hey, Garrett, you have been fast. I watched you in these qualifying races. You qualified on the pole for one of those. You qualify again on the pole tonight for the main event. How are you so fast in these right-hand turns with this left-turn car?
I've just been doing it a lot on iRacing really the past year. Ever since COVID started, we've been doing a lot of figure 8 stuff. We did a whole series last year, and just a lot of practice and a lot of time on here. Probably way more than I really should have spent, but I guess it's paying off. Really, the setup I got is more. I mean, I prefer turning right than left. It's a lot easier turning right. Turning left pushes quite a bit and wears tires out, so I have to watch the right front. But All in all, should be pretty good. I mean, me qualifying on the pole doesn't really mean anything other than the prize money. So, gonna be a crazy race from the word go. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, absolutely. And you're one of the guys that's put this together. So you guys have done a great job with a great event. Just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Brayton, it was actually his idea. He brought it up. Kind of thought he was crazy at first doing a virtual 3 hour. You know, the real one's crazy enough. So we'll see. It's gonna be pretty rough sitting here for 3 hours, and it's gonna be nonstop with unlimited fast repairs, nonstop action. So we'll see what we can get out of it.
Oh yeah, we'll be keeping our eyes on the crossover, and we'll be keeping our eyes on you, Garrett, our fast qualifier for the night. You got anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah. First of all, Napa Auto Parts, they're always helping out. Next Level Events, Next Level Designs, any paint schemes you need. Brayton for putting us on, you guys for broadcasting it for sure. Hopefully it turns into a good show. I mean, it's going to look like a wreck fest, I'm sure, but it doesn't feel like it inside the car. It feels like we're trying everything we can to stay out of trouble, no matter what it looks like.
Yeah, it's hard to stay out of trouble when you're all crossing right across each other in the middle. But for every insane accident, there's about 10 insane incidences that didn't happen. So super close calls.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of close calls. Hard to see out of these cars. So definitely sketchy at times.
All right. Well, thank you, Garrett. Good luck tonight. Hopefully we'll be talking to you in the winner's circle.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
And that your pole winner, Garrett Fox. And he wins that Northwest Figure 8 pole award. So we've got about 3 minutes left. And once again, we've got several things that we're giving away tonight on the winnings. Of course, already given away the fast qualifier for the 180. The leader at lap 116 in memory of Carl Schilling. That's sponsored by Inside the Track. They're going to get $116 just for leading lap 116. The leader at the 120-minute mark. And new positions, most positions gained. That's going to be sponsored by Cronenwet Motorsports. Those would be $25 a piece. Image 13 going to sponsor the 13th place runner on lap 13 and lap 113. Indy Auto Recyclers. They're going to sponsor the 13th place finisher. The first car to wreck out of the track, that's the Pull It Downey Award we've been talking about. That's going to be a fun one to watch. Who sends it out of the track first? The Hard Luck Award, that's going to be whoever moves the furthest back. It'll be sponsored by Tom Shackelford. And the qualifying races, those were yesterday. Those were sponsored by Tom Shackelford and Next Level Designs. And the best appearing car, that's going to be also sponsored by Next Level Designs. Jamie, I think you had talked to them about the Best Appearing Car Award.
Yeah, that's correct. I talked to the admin that you go visit them on Facebook, because that's the way they're going to do it on iRacing Extreme, as in XTREME Figure 8 Racing. That's again, go on Facebook, iRacing Extreme Figure 8 Racing. They're going to be posting 10 cars that have the best paint schemes. And at the end of the race, I believe that they're going to post the best 10 looking cars out there. And like Dakota said, it's sponsored by Next Level Designs, who is a iRacing painter. And if you ever need a paint job done, visit Next Level Designs and they'll hook you up for a fair cost.
All right, we're down to the final minute before the racing begins. About 20 seconds and we'll start gridding these cars up for this main feature, a 3-hour A 180-minute event, figure 8 endurance race. And your pole going to be Garrett Fox. He's going to be one to watch. Jeremy Wall starting 13th. He's going to be one to watch. Dakota Bro in the 52. He's starting 14th. He's one that won one of those qualifying races last night. He's also going to be one to watch. And you see them starting to grid in. You see that number already counting down for the 3 hours. This event beginning. Once we go green, there will be no cautions. It's going to be 180 minutes of straight racing. Unlimited faster pairs. So if these guys get sent out of the track, or if they get run over in the middle, or if they're the one that runs over somebody else, they're going to be able to repair that car every time. We're still waiting on that inside row to load in.
To all the viewers, how many laps do you think that the first place car is going to run tonight? Make sure to leave your comment, your answer in the comment section, either on Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube. It's just a fun little game that I would like to play, is to see how many laps that first place car will complete tonight.
The qualifying speed was about 20 and a half seconds. Now they ain't gonna all be 20 and a half second laps as we go forward. There's our pole sitter. He's finally gridded in. Let's take a look. Our pole sitter, that's Garrett Fox. Starting off second, Gary Cronenwet. Tyler Clark in third. Dawson Hess rolling off fourth. James Fox, he's going to start fifth. Michael Accord, he's starting sixth. Brayton Laster out there in seventh. Andrew Teep, he's out there in eighth. As we go through, ninth, Thomas O'Leary. 10th, Matt Wilkinson. On through 11th is Frank Wade. Timothy Perkins going to start 12th. 13th, Jeremy Wall. 14th, Dakota Bro. 15th, Jacob Evanson. Tyler Brown starting 16th. Simon Grills rolling off 17th. Barrett Morton in 18th. Lee Williams 19th. Justin Swafford in 20th. 21st, Robert Kelm. 22, Tom Shackelford. 23rd is Troy Phillips. 24th is going to be William Bartholomew. And 25th, John Baker. Cody Bullock, 26th. Brent Huffman, 27th. Garrett Britton, 28th. And Ben Tunney rolling off 29th. And the green flag waves as they get going. How long is it going to take for these front runners to start catching the back of the pack at the crossover? Seeing through this right-hand turn, they're already having incidents. This in the right-hander. Right there, the leader has to check up already.
We almost had one go flying, but luckily a neck coated through another car.
Oh, somehow they all made it through the center that time. Garrett Fox taking off. Cars cutting through. See one stopped in the middle. Oh, that's Ben Tunney. He got hit pretty hard there. Out there, he's 7 laps down currently. And I was talking to Braden Laster earlier, and he says that Ben Tunney has won this race in real life before. So Ben Tunney, I know he's 6 laps down right now, but he may be one to watch out for as we go through. Plenty of time to make up those laps, as I'm sure the leader will encounter incidents. You see the 16 went flying. Cars already in there taking their fast repairs. Somehow Ben Tunney makes it through that. There went the leader, Garrett Fox. He's now had to tow several cars, getting in incidences down in the middle. As we're still waiting for one to go flying. There's one with a little bit of a send. We want to get some real air for that Pull of Downey award. There was another one, quite a bit of air, but I don't think that's enough. Braden Laster now out in the lead. See cars checking up. They're getting sent. 14 gets hit several times in the center. Braden Laster, he's about 1.5 seconds out in the lead right now. He's checking up, going into the center. Still gets involved. As the car in front hits and sends him flipping over right into Braden Laster. And through all that exchange, Swafford, he gets around. Now he's the leader. There went one flying. Because we're only 4 minutes in, folks. We got 3 hours of this, 180 minutes of non-stop action. Leader now, he's involved. Tyler Brown is out front now. Gary Cronenwett out second, just behind the leader.
Seems to be the 45 is went airborne in the crossover.
.45. Let's take a look. See, that 177 was flipped upside down. Quite a bit of air, but we need to see someone about 300 or 400 feet in the air.
Oh, trust me, I'm keeping my eye on this crossover just to see if there's anybody that makes that requirement.
There was 2 cars colliding in the center. Cronenwett still out front. Brown about a 1/2 second back.
Seems to be that there's going to be a big pile up of cars heading into the right-hand turn.
There goes one around. That's the 76. That right-hander hard to keep up with. These cars not designed to turn right. And Ben Tunney, one we talked about earlier, he's making his way back up through the field. He's now up to the 23rd position. That's who he's battling with. That's a battle for position for 23rd. Several cars already getting faster pairs. Oh, very close right there. Bro now out front. Dakota Bro, new leader. Michael Accord second. You see cars getting tagged going through the middle. Tunney does a good job of avoiding. That's your current leader, up 13 seconds now. Bro still holding out front. He's almost caught Gary Cronenwet there in second spot. You hear cars going flying. Barrett Morton, he's currently third spot in that number 3. He's up 15 positions. Dakota Bro up 13 positions. See cars getting out of the way, having that time penalty. Now cars, that's their leader, Dakota Bro in the pit lane. Gary Cronenwet, he's coming through. Looked like we may have had someone fly through right there. Not sure who that was. Let's take a look. That's got to be the Pull It Downey Award winner right there. I'm not sure who that is. Let's just go through. It's the one right there, 177, but he's not registered as 177. Right there. That's the number 26. As he comes through, let's take a look. He gets hit. Airborne. All the way out of the track. And a flip. He went all the way into the catch fence. That's our Pull It Downey Award winner right there. Stuck in the catch fence on the outside of the track. That's number 26, Tom Shackelford. Tom Shackelford gonna win that award. As now we go back live. Tom Shackelford, the 26, he's gonna win the Pull It Downey Award as he one hops it to the fence and he gets sent again. That's a double take for Tom Shackelford. Wanted to show us just what he's all about, getting flown, getting sent through.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate for him because he just came out of the pits, I believe, and he just got sent to the catch fence. And right after, about a lap after, the 25 car of Lee Williams got sent as well. That would have put him as the Pull the Downey Down award for him. But unfortunately, it was a lap after one was already flying through the air.
And Leclerc, he's out second now. Dakota Bro, he went in, took one of those fast repairs. He comes back out. Someone asking, is this on iRacing? Yes, this is on iRacing. We are figure eight racing at Irwindale Speedway. And he just moves that 48 right out of the way. We'll take a look here at the crossover. You see these cars crossing back and forth over top of each other. Oh, the 58 evasive maneuver. He makes it through. Right there, the 16. That was Cronenwet, I believe, that got hit. Yes, he's now sitting backwards on the track. Gonna have to get going. Car's coming through. The right-hander can't quite get it turned around. There he goes. Now Cronenwet drops back to the 6th position. Fox gets around. Dakota Bro still the leader.
Yep, and the second place guy, the number 33 of Tyler Leclerc, is right on his bumper, trying to force himself into that number 1 spot, as the 52 just hit a car and through the crossover.
This is a dead heat as Dakota Bro has to check up. Tyler Leclerc sends it out wide. Now Tyler Leclerc in the lead. Oh, they're all skating through the middle. Tyler Leclerc now out front. Several cars getting hit. The 33 gets tagged a little bit, but makes it through. Has to check up for a spinning car and the right-hander. Now a tough battle for the lead. Dakota Bro getting through. They both skate through that somehow. They make it through the crossover.
Them two boys, they know how to drive this track, it seems. They don't care what's in front of them when they come to that crossover. They're going to either bob and weave just to make it through.
And we have gone back and taken a look, and the 67 of Dawson Hess, he's going to win the 13th place runner on the 13th lap. That presented by Image 13. Go check them out on Facebook. Photography. Image 13. He's your 13th place runner on lap 13. Back to the battle for the lead. Only a second separates the top two as they come through. There's your leader, and just behind there on the bottom line, that's second place as they dive through the right-hander and go back straight. Dakota Bro gets tagged a little bit, loses a little bit of time now, 2 seconds out. These are the only two drivers on the lead lap. As they both make it through the crossover. Cronenwet told us before this race started that he thought he had his vehicle dialed in, and he is in third, trying to make a lap back. Only car a 1 lap down currently. As you see cars getting sent left and right through that center section. Cars checking up, trying to get through. There went Simon Grills. He gets sent. Garrett Fox taking some evasive maneuvers. You see these cars going left and going right, trying to avoid the cars coming through the other way. Oh, there's one. Two get hit as they're going to have to go back through the pits. Tyler Leclerc still your leader. Now out to a 3-second lead over Dakota Bro. These two guys have done a great job of keeping the car clean. There's Dakota Bro, 3 seconds now. The difference, these cars smoking the right front tire as they go through the right-hander, having to lock it up. The 8 sitting sideways on the track. Let's see if we can take a look and see what happened to the 8. He comes through the center. Oh, tried to make it through, just couldn't quite do it. He's now going to have to go into the pits, and he is pitting from the 5th position. That is Thomas O'Leary. Leclerc there in the 33, right behind him now. As Fox hits one, going through. Now they're bumper to bumper. And now Dakota Bro passes. He's now into the lead. You see cones flying everywhere, and hitting those cones at times, depending on how far you get down below those cones, will issue a time penalty, and you'll have to stop in the center section. You see these two guys bumper to bumper racing for the lead. Coming through the crossover once again. One car spun in the center. There's Brayton Laster around. There, another car backwards. These two race for lead. One on his side. Several cars getting hit. As we continue watching this race for the lead. Try and go out into a wider angle. Maybe we can see more of these incidents. And Dakota locks it up into the corner. That allows 4 wide. That both of the leaders involved in that incident, as they are bumper to bumper for the lead. They come through. Simon Grills gets sent again. Leclerc now to the inside. Leclerc, new leader. Now Dakota Bro scoots through as one gets turned sideways and Leclerc drops back almost 2 seconds. Now having to race with the 17 to try and catch Dakota Bro again. There's 2 cars, the 8 involved in that one. That's Thomas O'Leary. The 17 gets hit. The 69, the 11, all getting hit several times in the center section. And the 8 now smoking. That's Thomas O'Leary. Going to have to go take another fast repair. The 2 cars still on the lead lap, battling it out. And that's Dakota Bro in the lead. Second spot, Ty Leclerc, and he just spun around. Now having to wait at the crossover. He gets through, but now he's going to be 10 seconds off the lead. Ty Leclerc in second spot. Michael Accord out there running in third, 2 laps down. And Gary Cronenwet, he's going to be in the pit lane coming back out. He loses 4th spot to Garrett Fox. He was our fast qualifier, and he's just involved with the 17, Michael Accord. Those two both racing. Fox going to have to head to the pit lane as he blew his engine on that exchange. William Bartholomew, he's currently our biggest mover. He's up 19 positions. That most positions gained award is going to be presented by Cronenwet Motorsports. Currently, William Bartholomew in 4th place, up 20 positions. He's the one poised to get that if he can continue to have a good race.
The 52 Dakota Bro has blown his motor and has entered the pit lane as we speak. I am not sure who is in second because the 33 went in the pit lane as well because he was smoking.
You see the 42 driving down through there sideways. I think he probably busted an axle as well, as he's now sitting in the pit lane. Ty Leclerc back out on the track, but 30 seconds behind. We'll have to see if he can run down Dakota Bro, still sitting in the pits, taking tires as you see the car getting jacked up on the left side. Looks like he just took his fast repair. Now only 10 seconds out. No, Leclerc in the lead. Bro now 16 seconds behind, still sitting in the pits. Probably going to go a lap down. Cronenwet out there. He's now only 1 lap down. He may move around the 52.
As I said pre-race, this is anybody's race because of the carnage that happens at the crossover and into the right-hand turn. I've been watching the crossover most of this race, and just the carnage that is happening there is just out of this world. Cars flipping, smashing into each other. I couldn't imagine doing this in real life.
Me either, Jamie. This is a little bit too hectic for me for real life racing. Quite a bit fun on iRacing. I have raced with these guys before in a practice race, and that was a lot of fun. Trying to go through that crossover and not get absolutely decked.
Oh yeah, I bet you these boys are having a blast doing this race, and hopefully everybody that's watching is having a great time watching. I mean, I would love to be in this race than myself because it's so much fun just watching these cars fly around this track.
Currently, the only car on the lead lap right now is Tyler Leclerc. One spins right in front of him. And that's the thing, is that you could get 3, 4, 5, 6 laps ahead, and it doesn't matter, because in a moment's notice, you could be sent to the pits as cars wrecking right in front of Tyler Leclerc. There's Garrett Fox in front. He was our fast qualifier. He's running 8th spot right now. And Dakota Bros moved back into the 2nd position around Cronenwet. We'll have to see if he can catch back up. Currently, we're on lap 59, lap 60 now. As Tyler Leclerc comes across the line again. We're almost a half an hour in. Oh, looked like a little bit of net code as Tyler Leclerc gets through that. And that was 4th place runner William Bartholomew that got sent. So we'll have to see, is he going to pull it down pit lane? It looks like he is. You're hearing cars left and right getting sent. The 11 there, he gets stuck. That's a blown engine. Another one sent around sideways. He's going to hit the outside wall. Cars cutting through. Somehow these guys make it through. The 67 wasn't as lucky that time. And he gets sent around. And again, the 67 involved with the 58. Again, the 67 gets hit by 2 cars, and it's just, it's hard to get through here without being involved in a lot of incidents. It's almost all luck, but Tyler Leclerc, he's still hanging around out there, on only car on the lead lap. We're 25 minutes into this 180-minute event. There goes the 25 around behind the leader. Leclerc out front. Gary Cronenwet, he's over here. You see one going into the middle. There was the 69. He gets involved in an incident. 2 more cars behind him get involved. That's Braden Laster. Let's see what happened to the 69. As he literally had just taken a faster pair, drives in, and immediately blows an engine. And it happens quick here, doesn't it, Jamie?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's been a bunch of incidents as soon as people exited pit road. You got cars flipping as soon as they exit. It's happened many times. I believe that's when the Paul Downey Award happened. As he came out of the pits, gunned it, and he got sent into the Kemp's fence.
And out of the pits, get hit, and then straight right back into the pits. And these guys getting hit. You're currently watching our leader, Tyler Leclerc. You see cars spinning out left and right, one on its roof. That's the leader, Dakota Bro. He's second. Only car 1 lap down currently. I think if I was him, yeah, I'd probably get away from that 67. He's been involved in a lot of incidents, not of his own fault. He's been getting hit left and right. That's Dawson Hess. He's still 13th place. We had him. He was our 13th place on lap 13.
As we are approaching the 30-minute mark, and the leader is on lap 69, about to go to lap 70.
So we're getting close. Right there, he crosses the line. That's lap 70, already almost 30 minutes in. So, like Jamie said on the pre-race, type in those comments. How many laps do you think that these guys are going to run tonight? We're almost 30 laps in. They're crossing lap 71 right now. A little math, you should be able to get pretty close.
How many laps do you think, Mr. Camper? Just off the top of your head. Don't start doing math on me.
Don't give me a calculator.
Oh yeah, I need a calculator too. I'm not good at math whatsoever.
I'm thinking I'm not sure. Probably around 500.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe a little bit over. Not much more than 500. If these guys, especially the leader, Tyler Leclerc, keeps his momentum going and keeps his car clean, I think he'll easily be over the 500 mark.
Austin Swinford says 437.
That is a great guess.
There goes our leader flipping into the outside wall. Tyler Leclerc involved in a big wreck. Let's take a look. Let's get a close-up and a slow-mo. That was Garrett Fox that sends the 33 barrel rolling, flipping across the start-finish line onto the main track and bounces up into the catch fence. And let's look at what he saw through all that. Because as you're driving these cars, you don't even know you're about to get sent. He's just driving along and just absolutely gets hit. Doesn't even see Garrett Fox. But he's still out there running, still in the lead. Dakota Bro now back on the lead lap. And he's out there only 10 seconds now behind Tyler Leclerc. As they come through, and they almost collide. So right at 10 seconds, that's going to be right at the crossover. Leclerc holds on to the lead, not having to pit yet. Now Dakota Bro, he gets spun out, and he's going to go a lap down again as these guys scoot through the crossover. Now Dakota Bro going to have to go in and take a faster pair. Cronenwet running third. Is he going to come through and pass Dakota? He does. That's going to put the 21 of Cronenwet back into second position. The 52 of Bro and the 21 of Cronenwet. Now he goes spinning. Bro now 2 laps down. Cronenwet, he's going to be 1 lap down, and Leclerc, the only car on the lead lap. Oh, there went one flying. That was the number 3. Let's take a look at that one. He was sent completely out of the track.
I bet you that was a fun ride.
Absolutely, and he gets hit by the number 11, and the 3 sent straight airborne. Oh, you see he's blue sky in a flipping car. He gets sent completely out of the track. I'm trying to find a good shot to see just how far that is. Maybe the blimp cam can give us a better look at just how far he traveled as the 11 hits the 3. And he shoots straight up into the air. This from the blimp cam as he gets sent. And he's still traveling upwards and all the way over into the stands. That was the number 3 of Barrett Morton. Now he's in the pits. Had to Well, it wasn't even a toe. It just kind of shot him straight to the pits. But Tyler Leclerc, he's out in the lead. Your top 10 right now, Leclerc in first, Cronenwet second. As Leclerc makes it through there, heard a big one, the 67 flipping like crazy. Cronenwet second, Dakota Bro, he's upside down. Let's take a look at what happened to our third place runner. Gets hit by the 84. And he goes barrel rolling across the track, as well as the 67, the 59, the 3, 42, 45, all involved, as well as the 76 gets involved there right at the end. Now he's still in third, 5 laps down. Tyler Brown out there, 4th spot.
As our leader just got involved in an accident in the crossover, he was on his lid and got it all back on course, and he's proceeding down the track.
And that was the 25 that sent him rolling. And he does. He gets it rolling and gets back going. Several cars. Oh, another car hit him through that exchange as well, but he's still out there, doesn't pit. Once again, Tyler Leclerc, our leader, Cronenwet second. Dakota Bro, he's back out on the track, 6 laps down, and involved in another one as soon as he comes out. They're all wrecking right in front of him. Tyler Brown out there in 4th, James Fox 5th. And he's sending cars rolling. Now he's got a blown engine. Michael Accord in 6th spot. He hits another one. Garrett Fox just behind in 7th. And Thomas O'Leary, he's in the pits in 8th. Timothy Perkins comes around to pass him. Oh, actually, that's going to be on the next lap. Perkins is going to pass O'Leary if he's still in the pits. Andrew Teep rounds out your top 10. Dawson Hess right there at 11th. So, and Timothy Perkins, he's close.
Cleanup aisle crossroad.
Got several cars. And there's with unlimited faster pairs, I mean, it's going to be like this for another 2 hours and 25 minutes. Just cars left and right getting involved in an incidents.
Oh, yeah.
And currently 19th is 19 laps down. There's our leader. He's involved in another one. Brayton Lasser also sent. That's going to blow Tyler Leclerc's engine as now Cronenwet comes around. He's now trying to chase down the leader, but he's got front end damage as well, so he may not be able to stay out there too much longer. Any more damage, he's going to have to come to the pits. Now he comes up. He's going to be passing the leader, Tyler Leclerc. You see him in the background still sitting in the pits. Cronenwet, now our new leader. We'll have to see when Tyler Leclerc comes out of the pits and just how far he gets down. Tyler Leclerc, he re-enters, and as he goes through the crossover, cars sliding everywhere. Cronenwet out there, but Tyler Leclerc quite a bit faster as he's got new tires, and Cronenwet has got damage. The 11 is sitting there on pit road. Let's see what happened to the 11s. He gets sent and gets stuck up on the pit lane. Went around backwards and backed it directly into the tires. The 58 went flipping. Cronenwet still holding an 8-second lead over Leclerc. There goes a blown engine. And we've got several cars in the pit lane. Leclerc running him down now, only 7 seconds back because he's quite a bit faster. Another incident and another one. The 09 and the 76. The 76 was trying to get turned around. The 17 hits. And Cronenwet, with that front end exposed, comes in and rear ends a car in front of him. So we'll have to see how much longer he can last without a front bumper. You see the radiator exposed in the front of that car. Oh, there he hits another one. The 58 around, that's Thomas O'Leary in the 8. He's currently 11th. Leclerc 8 seconds back. Currently only 2 drivers on the top, or on the lead lap. The 52, he's 3rd, but he's 6 laps down. We'll have to see if these front 2 can get involved in an incident through the crossover. Somehow these cars driving through, making it through. I don't see how they do that. And let's take a minute to do something I like to call turn up the volume. Crank up the volume on that television or on your phone. Let's hear the sounds of these cars going around this figure 8. As you see, we're riding along with Tyler Leclerc in 2nd place, 1 lap down from the nose cam. You see just how close these cars cross in front. Almost getting hit almost every single time through the crossover, as these guys cutting it close every single time. Rona went out there, he's hitting some cones. We'll look from the gyro cam. You see just how much these cars are turning as they go through the corner. A little bit of lean. And some of these guys, when they go through this right-hander, oh, he gets hit, doesn't flip it, holds it straight. He re-enters the track. That's our leader. Oh, Austin Swinford in the chat says Timothy Perkins is a crossover thriller. We'll have to watch Timothy Perkins to see. And he's certainly not shy about heading through there, that's for sure. I don't see how these guys make it through there over and over and over. And we was watching that nose cam, Jamie, and the leader, Gary Cronenwet, he was very close. Did you see the 59 hit somebody and send them very close to hitting cars almost every single lap, Jamie?
Oh, that's correct. I was watching the same thing. The 59 of Timothy Perkins, he is just full sending it right into the crossover. He don't care. Like I said before, he don't care what's coming at him or in front of him. He's just going to plow right through him.
We got one smoking. That looks like the 13. I don't know who that is. 14. That's John Baker. He's smoking slow on the track. These cars trying to get around. Cronenwet now up by 2 laps. Oh, cars checking up, getting rear-ended, sending them in against their will into the crossover. And Simon Grills, he drifts it through the corner in that 16 Ally car as the leader very close to getting hit. The 09 goes spinning around. Justin Swafford, he'll have to head down the pit lane. There's your leader, Tyler Leclerc, now 3 laps down. Everybody hoping for Cronenwet to have misfortune. Dakota Bro, he's now in the pit lane, involved in an incident right there, looks like. Oh yeah, through the crossover. Looked like he was clear, but one sent it way wide. That was the number 11. And just nowhere for the 52 to go. As he gets flipped over. And he re-enters still in the 3rd position, but 7 laps down now. Michael Accord out there, he is 8 laps down.
As the 3 car just got sent in the crossover.
And that was the same one that got sent out of the track earlier. Let's take a real slow-mo look. Oh, yeah, the 76 hits him on the side and sends the 3 airborne. See him right at the top of the screen. He's all the way out of frame as now he comes back down into frame.
As we are approaching lap 114, we are looking for the 13th position, which is right now the 180 of Brayton Leister, who is in the 13th spot. He is going to be the purse winner for the Image 13, the $25 purse at lap 13 for being in 13th spot.
Brayton Leister, he's running in the 13th spot as now he passes Andrew Teep 1 lap after winning that award. Now Leister trying to head to the front, and Teep gets sent to the outside and has to stop. Looks like he has a time penalty for hitting too many cones. Leister now going to try and head back up through the standings, as he is several laps down. Jeremy Wall, he's in the pits. He was one I thought was going to be a top competitor. He's 17 laps down. I mean, anything could happen, but it's going to be tough to come back from 17 laps, as we are 45 minutes in.
That is correct. And I mean, you still got almost 2 hours of racing to go. As we approach lap 117, we have another purse that is given away at lap 116 in memory of Carl Schilling, and that goes to the leader of Gary Cronenwet, who is receiving $116 for leading lap 116 in memory of Carl Schilling, correction.
That award given by Inside the Track. On lap 116, that's going to Gary Cronenwet. And once again, that's in the memory of Carl Schilling. So Gary Cronenwet, that winner for the Inside the Track Memory of Carl Schilling Award, leader on lap 116. Now Cronenwet coming to the pits. Tyler Cleric 4 laps back. He's not even on the track right now. Dakota Bro, he's out there. He now moves into the second position. We'll have to see what happened to Leclerc because he's not on the track. Cars getting hit left and right in that center section. Cronenwet back out on the track, tiptoeing through the crossover. Gets through without any damage that time. And that award that he won from Inside the Track. Check out all the action from the Indianapolis Speedrome, Brownstown Speedway, and Circle City Raceway with Inside the Track. They post high-quality photos with the help of Image 13 almost every week. You check them out on Facebook. Give them a like and a follow. That's Inside the Track, along with Image 13, who is giving away the 13th position award. That's Image 13 Photography, so go check them out as well on Facebook. Gary Cronenwet gets hit. Up 6 laps. Looks like he's going to be fine. Gets back out. No damage, it appears, on Gary Cronenwet's car. And Leclerc still listed as out, not in the session. And he's our 5th place runner. So we're not sure what happened to Leclerc. May have had a connection issue. Cronenwet down through the pits. Dakota Bro in second, 6 laps back. Michael Accord also in the pits, but he's 8 laps back. James Fox, he's coming around in the 58. He's currently 4th. And Timothy Perkins, he's the crossover thriller. He's currently in 5th spot. Tyler Cleric, once again, may have disconnected. Not sure what happened to Tyler Cleric as he falls backwards. Still out of the session. And Garrett Fox, he's sitting in the pits. He's currently 7th position. And Thomas O'Leary, he comes around to pick up 8th as Tyler Brown in the pits. Simon Grills, he's one we cover on Wednesday nights in the Rebel Racing League Cup Series. He's out there in a top 10 position right now. Jeremy Wall, he was one of the qualifying race winners. One that I still think is going to get a top 10 finish. He's currently 11th. Braden Laster, he's out there running on the high side. Currently smoking. And he's got all of our sponsors on that car, as he is the one who's put this all together, along with Garrett Fox, who's running 6th, and Simon Grills as well doing some of the work. But Braden Laster, he's out there currently in the 12th spot. Andrew Teep, he's in 13th right now. John Baker, he runs 14th. Dawson Hess, he's in the pits. He's currently scored 15th position. He's 22 laps down. Brett Morton, he's been sent multiple times tonight. He got shot all the way out of the track. And again, yeah, he had a little while ago and hit all the way to the fence. You see another car flying through the air. That looked like the 151. Yes, it was. Let's take a look at what happened right there. He got sent a little more. There we go. He was coming hard out of that corner. Looks like he was having some issues with the car. And he gets hit, sent upside down. You can still see the front end of that car jacked up for some reason. Looks like something has broke on the Jeremy Wall car. He's out there in 12th. Barrett Morton, he's in 16th. Mount Wilkinson, he's 17th position. Justin Swafford, he's running 18th. He's 28 laps down. William Bartholomew, he's 19th. Jacob Evanson, he's the one going sideways in that old rusty looking car. He's out there in the 20th spot. 21st is Frank Wade. He's 30 laps down, serving a time penalty right there. Brent Huffman, he's still in the pits. He's 22nd. Cody Bullock, he's another one that we cover in our Wednesday night league for the Rebel Racing League, and he hits a car in the crossover and goes all the way to the outside wall. He'll drive into the pits to take a fast repair. The 88 of Cody Bullock, 23rd spot. Tom Shackelford, he was our Pull It Downey Award winner. One-hopped it to the fence. No, this isn't baseball. This is cars flying, one-hopping into the catch fence. Earlier, Tom Shackelford, the first car to get sent real far. He's currently in the 25th spot. Garrett Britton out there in the 11. He is 26th. He's 35 laps down. Troy Phillips in the 39. He's 27th. And he is the last car on the track. Robert Kelm, it looks like he has disconnected along with Ben Tunney. Both disconnected in this one. Back up front, Gary Cronenwet has done a great job. He has got 10 lap lead over Dakota Bro, so 2 hours left. Do you think, Jamie, that Gary Cronenwet can hold a 10 lap lead for 2 hours?
It's hard to say. I mean, there's a lot of beating and banging going on around here. But he's doing a great job of keeping his car nice and clean throughout this whole entire race. And I would like to see him win it all, 10 laps ahead, but we still got 2 hours more of hard action racing going on.
Absolutely, and a little bump from the 58 as several cars go spinning through the right-hander. And he's still out there, but if you take, Cronenwet out of this thing, Bro, Accord, Perkins, Fox, Garrett Fox, Brown, O'Leary, Grills, Laster, all within 10 laps of each other. But Bro, Accord, Perkins, Fox, all relatively close. But Cronenwet has just really proved to be the man who can keep his car the cleanest.
Oh, that's 100% accurate right there. I mean, he's just weaving through cars when it comes to the crossroad, and it's just amazing when you watch him run around this track. He just has that gut feeling of where to cross the crossroad. And I mean, just like now, he just took it wide left and made it through, and right after there was cars beating and banging in the crossroad.
Yeah, we see that. He avoids it as all the others come through and get involved in that wreck. And Cronenwet back into the left-hander. So once again, if you don't know much about iRacing, these are street stock cars. normally run oval races around short tracks. Some of the bigger 1.5 miles they'll run, but these cars, street stocks, and mainly made for turning left. And they have different different licenses in iRacing: oval license, the road license, the dirt license, and the dirt road license, which is like rally cars and trophy trucks. But this race, this car normally would be run under that oval license. But this is technically a road race because we have left turns and right turns. It's like even though it's kind of like an oval, just twisted inside out.
You know what I think is pretty funny? I want to know how much money Dawson Hess is going to be making tonight with his paint scheme. Flex Seal? What a coincidence. And I'm sure that a lot of these guys are going to be asking him for some of his product Flex Seal to fix their cars up throughout this race.
Absolutely. A lot of these guys need some Flex Seal on a lot of these hoses and things that are running through, as we see a lot of these cars leaking and smoking and everything else. Dawson Hess certainly has a good looking ride out there. Timothy Perkins in the 59. He's 12 laps down, but only 2 laps out of second place. And Leclerc, he must have had a connection issue or something, as he is now scored 21st, logged out of the session.
Yeah, just a reminder for all the viewers to visit iRacing Extreme Figure 8 Racing on Facebook. They will be posting 10 cars that have the best paint schemes and the pole session. So make sure you go over and vote for your favorite car that they have chosen, so they can win the award for the best appearing car.
And I gotta tell you, in the comment section, it looked like Timothy Perkins has a lot of fans out there, so y'all need to go over and vote for his paint scheme. Cronenwet still out front by 10 laps. Dakota Bro, he's in second as he makes it through the crossover. Michael Accord, he heads into the pits as he was closing in on Dakota for second spot, but now he'll sit in the pits. And Timothy Perkins, he goes through the crossover, sends Brayton Laster in against his will. Timothy Perkins going to come around, now moves in to the third spot. Let's see if he can run down Dakota Bro and get in the second position. And I think the question now is Cronenwet ever going to crash? As we've now surpassed the first hour of this 180-minute event, so we are 60 minutes in. And cars spinning left and right. You see cones go flying across. And taking a look at that intersection, we've got a lot of cars in the pit lane. 2 cars go sliding sideways. Didn't quite make it to the crossover. Oh, there goes a couple. The 17 involved again. He just came out of the pits. Cronenwet, your leader now, only 9 laps ahead. As he's getting hit. And Dakota Bro goes around, trying to get one of his laps back. One car upside down right there. Who's that? See if we can get a better look. That's the 88. See if we can see what happened to the 88. He literally just come out of the pits. And as he's waiting for it to clear, the 151 comes from behind, also coming out of the pits, and knocks him right over on his lid. Cody Bullock back in the pit lane. They're sending him through the center section. Perkins, he's knocking all the cones down, but he's out there in third spot. And we've got Cody Bullock in the chat saying, let's go. He's the one that was upside down on his lid a minute ago. Yes, this is iRacing. As Timothy Perkins goes around, he spins with the 15 of Bartholomew. And Perkins now 13 laps down. Cody says, just smack me. Be right back. Got a race. There he is, gets back in that car. Cody Bullock back out on the track. Let's watch him this time and see if he makes it through the crossover. And he waits for a safe spot to come in. And he gets back out on track. You see one get sent in the middle. And Cody Bullock makes it through the crossover, at least on the first try. Let's see what these guys are seeing. This is what it looks like on their screens. And as you see, you know, this kind of a locked position, that's what it looks like if you've got a monitor. On my iRacing rig, I've got triple monitors. I believe Jamie's got a single monitor, right?
Yep, that's correct. I got one lonely monitor.
But see, in this figure 8, Jamie, I could really feel like VR would be a major advantage, being able to look left and right.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, who knows? I mean, VR and trip monitors might be the way to go when running these, but me personally, I wouldn't want to see if there's cars coming. I would just, you know, hit the throttle and just keep going.
Just send it right in there, huh?
Oh yeah, full send right into the crossroads. I mean, I don't want to see what's coming at me because then I'm going to have to double guess myself, and I don't like doing that.
Yeah, you see a lot of these guys checking up. The one race that I run in this figure 8 practice, even on my triples, I had a hard time seeing to the left and to the right far enough to see if there were cars coming. But when I did, even when I checked up, I still got crammed into the front or the back. It's very hard to avoid these cars when you're going at speed.
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, it's all judgment on the drivers. If they want to, you know, full send it through, or if they want to, you know, be safe and just check up and keep their car clean. That's all what they need to do. Is just, you know, think ahead instead of, you know, just make a sudden move at the last second.
And as we're riding along with Gary Cronenwet, he gets sent onto his lid out into the main track. And let's take a ride with him in our gyro cam, which we will stay level as he goes flipping. And it's a really wild ride in this gyro cam. Upside down. And he has to tow. He's still sitting on the pit lane. And that's going to give Perkins an opportunity to catch up at least a couple of laps. They're going to need the 21 to have a few more incidents to really catch up, but at least going to get a lap or two here. Perkins now in second spot, and Dakota Bro right behind. These guys racing for position. That's for second position. These two side by side now. Bro back to the second spot. through the crossover. They both make it. A couple of cars get sent. You see him checking up. That makes Timothy Perkins dive in a little harder and now run back to the back bumper of Dakota Bro. These guys now 9 laps back as Gary, still sitting in the pits, had to tow. That usually takes about 3 minutes. So these guys getting an opportunity to run down the leader. Now only 8 laps back.
Yeah, I believe the leader just left the pit lane. I'm not 100% sure if he's still there or not. Nope. Oh, he's leaving just as I speak. I seen the 8 car. I forgot there's 2 cars out there with the 8 on it.
And there goes Gary Cronenwet. He's now 8 laps ahead. Did have an 11 lap advantage. So a couple more incidents. These guys, the 52 gets sent. Dakota Bro and our leader again. Timothy Perkins now looking to catch up. Let's take a look and see what happens. The 52 looks like he's stalled. As they come around, the 52 coming through that crossover. You see the 59 was spun out in the background. He's involved with the 58. And behind the 21, there's the 8 on the car, but that was our leader, Gary Cronenwet. He got spun around. The 52 looks like he has to tow. And now he's going to be in the pit. He's dropped all the way back to 4th position now. And the 15 in the pit lane, the 051 about spun out right there. We're going to take a look at the speeds that these guys are running. 50 through the crossover, running 65 mile an hour. These guys going interstate speeds around here. How would you like to get T-boned at interstate speeds, Jamie?
No, I wouldn't like it whatsoever, man. I've witnessed and, you know, I just know. Especially, I mean, these cars are designed to withhold some impact, and with their safety devices nowadays in real life, I mean, the drivers are always protected. That's a good thing what NASCAR is doing nowadays to make sure that the drivers are always safe. As our leader, Gary, has entered pit road again. He was just involved in a heavy incident heading into the left-hand turn. And it looks like he's got massive amounts of front-end damage on that car.
Yeah, he T-bones Garrett Fox in the intersection, in the crossover. The 85 gets sent, and the 8 just didn't see him. And Gary Cronenwet now back in the pit lane. Now he's already back out as he didn't have to tow that time. Still 9 laps up over Timothy Perkins in the 2nd spot. Oh, 1 gets sent behind. Sure who that was. 76.
I also saw the 16 of Simon Grills tumbling up the track.
The 76, he got sent. And the 16, as he comes through, he gets hit by the 15, and he goes right behind the 76 up into the catch fence. See him upside down, rolling, yep, all the way to the catch fence, right at the flagpole. Now he's back on the pit lane. Timothy Perkins, 9 laps down in 2nd spot. Cronenwet, he's done an incredible job of keeping that car clean. But as I say that, you see that car doing a crab walk. Looks like he may have damaged an axle or something. We'll have to keep a look. Yeah, he's going sideways. Let's take a look at what happened. As he's going through the center section. Who comes through? Fox makes it through the 39. He hits the 8 right in the rear axle. And as you see this 8 car pull off, you see there on the close-up, that rear axle's shot off to the right. And that is very hard to drive when your car has damage like that. Crowd walking around. He goes to the pit, takes another faster pair. Didn't have to tow. Now only 8 laps ahead of Timothy Perkins. And the 21 of Cronenwet right back in the pit lane. So whatever he did must not have taken effect. As now Perkins tried to run down our leader, Dakota Bro, now in third. There in the 52. When it comes to lap time, somebody just got sent flipping. Bro, right now, one of the faster cars, looks like Fox in the 58, sets the fast lap on that last lap. He's trying to run down these leaders as well. The best lap of the race, Dakota Bro, he's out there with an 18-second lap, so I'm not sure how he got into the 18-second bracket.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. These guys have been averaging about 21, maybe 20 second lap times, and then they see an 18 out there. It's something's up. Maybe he cut the track somehow or not, but we don't know.
Something happened. He is certainly fast though, but I'm not sure he's 3 seconds faster than anybody else. Also, Garrett Fox, somehow he's got an 11-second lap, and some of these guys back in the back also with 11-second laps. So I'm not sure if that's where they're getting hit in the crossover and then coming back around to go into the pits like the wrong way and crossing that line a second time. I'm not real sure how that happened.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what's happening is with their lap times, which is all fair and game. So, I mean, they can go right to the pits. And as we are approaching the 1 hour, 20 minutes, there's going to be another award given out for the leader at that time.
So in 5 minutes, we'll have to see who the leader is. Looks like Cronenwet. Oh, he gets sent again. Upside down. Is he going to have to tow? We'll see if he gets back on his wheels. Doesn't make it. He's going to have to tow. As Perkins now only 6 laps down. Was 11 or 12 back at one point. Perkins now trying to run down the leader. Now he's going to pass him here. Should get to 5 laps down. Yes, he does. Perkins now only 5 laps out.
Yeah, that opens up the door for Timothy Perkins to get that award at 1 hour and 20 minutes. That is sponsored by Crownet Racing or Crownet Motorsports. How funny would it be if Gary won his own award that he sponsors?
That's money back in his pocket.
That's for sure. He never lost any money to begin with.
There you go. He's still in the pits as Perkins now only 4 laps down. Dakota Bro here we're watching. He's in third. And he's 5 laps down. James Fox, he now moves 7 laps down. And Accord in 5th spot. He is 8 laps down. Now 7 laps down. And the thing is that, oh, now the 17, that was involved with Timothy Perkins. The Perkins trying to get to the lead, but Cronenwet, he's back out on the track. 4 minutes left until that leader award is given. But all these guys had a lot of misfortune early in this race. And Cronenwet just didn't have it. He had a lot of luck on his side, but was up 12 laps, now only up 3. Cronenwet having a lot of this bad luck at the crossover, now finding him as he's lost several laps to that advantage that he had.
Yeah, you're only going to be so lucky so many times when you hit that crossover.
As he now puts another 10 laps down, 5th place. Perkins holding 3 laps down, but Cronenwet right behind as he avoids the spinning 76, trying to get Perkins back to 4 laps down as he now pulls up to the side of him to the inside. Now Perkins goes 4 laps down again. Cronenwet, fastest car on the track right now, as he just took tires after he had to tow and went into the pit lane. So Cronenwet very fast. But we got 2 minutes left till we get to that penalty. Cronenwet with a little bit of a connection issue. That could be big implications later on. Only 1 flash though, so not too big of a deal. James Fox, he's now in the pits. He's 4th spot, 8 laps out. You see that car billowing with smoke as he'll head back down, probably going to be at least 10 laps down when he comes out of the pit lane. Timothy Perkins, he heads into the pit lane. This looks like he has quite a bit of damage on that car. Going to go get it fixed up. We now got 1 minute till that 21 hour and 20 minute mark leader. Perkins back out. Cronenwet currently your leader. Actually, that award, Jamie, is at the 1:20 minute mark, not the hour and 20 minute mark. That's kind of confusing with all these, the way the race is a minute, it's measured in minutes instead of hours. So
Yeah, I forgot about that. Like I said, I'm not good
that's
at math at all.
that's actually the 2 hour mark. So we've got 40 minutes until we give that award away. Cronenwet with a 5 lap advantage. It may not matter as he has held the lead for a long time. Oh, one involved right behind Gary Cronenwet. Let's take a look for a minute here at the crossover. We'll see cars get sent left and right. Several cars in the pit lane. Oh, there went the 11 flying. There's our leader, Gary Cronenwet, currently 5 laps out. In the lead, Timothy Perkins in second. Both these cars currently looking clean. Dakota Bro there in third, 6 laps behind. Michael Accord, he's 10 laps out, currently running 4th position. Tyler Brown, he's rounds out our top 5. We're 196 laps into this race. James Fox, he's 6th spot. Brayton Laster, he's 7th. 8th spot is Garrett Fox. 9th spot, that's Thomas O'Leary. You saw him involved in an incident just a minute ago. And Andrew Teep, he rounds out the top 10. Teep, 20 laps down. Tom Shackelford, he's been hit left and right in this race. He's currently out there in the 19th position. He's now going to head to the pit lane. And our leader sitting backwards. Can't quite get that car under power. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to move it. There it goes. Had to get it started. Let's see what happened to our leader as he was sitting backwards in the crossover. He was trying to avoid all these spinning cars and checked up a little too much as the 45 comes and hits him right in the nose, and then he sits backwards. And now this is how he was sitting on the track as these cars coming left and right around him. That's quite a scary look right there. Let's take a look as he went through. Trying to avoid that one. Gets hit in the front end and then sits backwards as cars are passing him left and right. Gets hit again. Now Cronowet back out running 5 laps ahead of Perkins. You see Perkins sitting on the inside. May have a transmission issue or something. He's sitting there maybe taking a time penalty. Yeah. Looks like he had a time penalty. So he'll get back going. Still 5 laps down. You see Cronenwet right behind trying to put him 6 laps down. And he does. Cronenwet trying to get this lead back going. Was up 11 laps at one point. Now up 6 laps. Perkins had gotten to within 3 laps. Now Cronenwet keeping that good luck on his side. He checks up going through, avoids another car. Currently we have a big mover award, and currently it's a tie. Up 12 positions from the start. Brent Huffman, he's currently running 15th spot. And he's got the most potential as he's in that 15th position. And up ahead of him in 13th, John Baker. Cars getting sent left and right. A lot of carnage as some of these cars 50 laps down that are still out there running. Frank Wade, he sits in the pit lane. He's 50 laps down. Wilkinson in 24th is 56 laps down, but still out there running. As there's been so many incidents at the crossover. Laster, he moves up into 6th spot. He's trying to make his way up as we're just over 200 laps. And Brayton Laster was 13th on lap 113. And our pole sitter, Garrett Fox, he's in the pit lane. He's in 11th position, over 20 laps down. Yeah, he's sitting right at 20 laps down, our pole sitter. And Gary Cronowet, involved in an incident, has to tow. Let's take a look. This will have major implications. You see him check up, that nosedive to the bottom. Not sure where the 69 was going. Maybe he was trying to avoid another incident as well, but the 21 or the 8 on the car, Gary Cronowet, our leader, involved in a major head-on collision. Let's take a look from his view, see what he saw as he come through. Yeah, the 69 must have been trying to avoid the other car. This from the 69's view. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. But head on with the leader. As he got that car back rolling. Cronowet still sits in the pits. Now he takes off. That 6-lap advantage now down to 4 as Perkins comes around in second, trying to get it down to 3 laps. You see Bro right behind. They're beating and banging. He's in third, but he's 2 laps behind Perkins. Oh, they slide around the 56. Or the 59, excuse me. Goes around sideways. Cronowet's still out there running. Perkins, he's now 4 laps down. Dakota Bro, 6 laps down. Accord, 7 laps down. And James Fox, he goes around backwards and blows that engine. He's currently in 5th. And that was our leader that sent him out to the outside of the track. So Jamie, our leader, Gary Cronowet, involved in several incidents here in the last 30 or 40 laps. Is his luck beginning to run out?
That will be a negative there, Dakota. He, like you said, he was 11 laps ahead, then got involved in a bunch of incidents in the crossroad, and we got it all the way down to 3 laps was Perkins. Now he's back to about, what, I think 4 laps down. I'm
just now moved back up to 5 laps.
So I'm pretty sure that Gary Cronowet will increase that lead once again as he's running on 5 laps of tires. So I'm sure he's been averaging about 22, 23 laps on each set of tires. I'm sure that he'll have it, you know, back up to 11 in no time. We still got a long race ahead of us to go.
Yeah, and you see that up in the left-hand corner, 129 to go. That means we are just past the halfway mark in this race. Several cars getting involved every time through the crossover. There are cars flipping left and right, but our leader, Gary Cronowet, he just hasn't had the incidents that everyone else has. The Perkins Bro and Accord trying to run him back down, all 5, 6, 7 laps down. And you see that stopping power. Gary Cronowet driving through the cross road there. The 16, he stops trying to avoid the wrecks, but right in front of the leader. Second spot, Perkins. Oh, he hits a car and gets spun. Perkins now around. He holds on 5 laps down. And 11, some of these Cars that are several laps down still crashing through this intersection. You know what, Jamie? I'm going to have to go ahead and call it a good move that these guys decided to go with unlimited fast repairs, because at the rate that these guys are crashing in this intersection, I'd say we'd probably have 3 or 4 cars left right now.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Dakota. I mean, we're 222 laps in, maybe going on 223 right now. I'm sure that most of the guys probably would be already out of fast repairs if they stayed with the amount they had with 10.
Yeah, so we're at about 215 laps or so there at the halfway mark. So right around 430, gonna be approximately how many laps we're gonna run. And earlier Austin Swinford said 437, so it must have been doing the math very close. Austin Swinford, we're about to see 437. That's a good guess. Perkins now 5 laps out. One car goes flipping right next to Timothy Perkins. That allows Cronenwet back around to put him now 6 laps down. You see a car crab walking into the pit lane. Cars flipping every lap. There goes one around. That's Dakota Bro, our 3rd place runner, 7 laps down. He gets back going. He's trying to catch Perkins for the 2nd spot. Oh, action at the crossover every single lap. And Perkins looks like he's now in the pit lane having to get repairs. That's going to allow Dakota Bro maybe to catch up as Perkins now begins to move. He's got to keep pit speed till he gets to the line. Right there at that green cone, he can start to speed up, and he does. Dakota Bro, though, passes. But now he spins out. And Timothy Perkins, he comes back around. Perkins going to be 2nd spot, Bro in 3rd. And we've got Cody Bullock out there. He's sitting in 24th. He's still out there running. He wants to be pulled into the booth. We're going to have an in-car reporter on this one. Let's see what Cody Bullock's got to say. Hey, Cody, this is Dakota in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Oh, yeah, I got a copy, bud. How's it going?
Going good. You're out there slipping and sliding around. Looks like you just got hit by the 59. What's it like out there?
It's like a demolition derby, but you know, you're trying to race for position at the same time, and it's just absolutely insane. There's so many cars. You think you're clear, and then you got somebody hit you from the left and the right. I mean, I have never raced anything like this.
Yeah, we see you racing the ovals on Wednesday night. This quite a bit different from racing that cup car, ain't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, you got to think about your pit stops when you're doing this too. Completely different from the cup cars. Way longer to put the fuel in the car, and it's just it's something that, I mean, these guys in this race are all very talented whenever doing this. It takes a lot of patience and a lot of awareness, especially with people without spotters. You don't know, I mean, completely where everybody's at, and you get hit, you can be flipped upside down, or you're flying completely off the track, and it's just nuts how fast you can lose position. But I mean, compared to Wednesdays, yeah, it's not even close, not even comparable.
Well, you're out there. Let's see. You're currently running 23rd. There's a lot of wrecks, and we've seen you flip upside down a couple times. What's it look like inside the car when you're flipping?
I mean, you're pretty much trying to look for the ground if you're flipping. It's trying to figure out if you're going to land either straight up or if you're going to land on your hood or on the roof. And I've landed on my roof more times than I have back on 4 wheels. So, I mean, it's kind of a scary experience. But at the same time, it's like kind of prepared for whatever. And I mean, I'm just beating and banging through cars, going through turns. It's something different. It's really fun though, honestly. It might look crazy on the broadcast, but it's a blast for all of us in here.
It looks like a lot of fun. Jamie got on one of your practice sessions a little while ago and was running around and trying to get an experience like you guys are getting. And he was like, man, I shouldn't have broadcasted. I should have been running this race.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
One goes flipping big time behind you.
Yeah, oh, wow, there I go spinning. I got my teammate Simon Grills is in here with me, and man, me and him were beating and banging earlier, and I'm in another Discord with him. Oh, wow. And it's just crazy, man. It's hard to talk to each other about where you're at and stuff, and really, it's like a little personal competition between me and him, and we're friends with Garrett Fox as well. So we're trying to all see who's gonna finish top ahead of each other. So we're having a little personal battle because I don't think first place is in my future. Can't tell.
Yeah, Cronenwet, he's up 8 laps over second spot. I am absolutely amazed at how well he's been able to keep his car clean.
Yeah, there's a couple professionals in here actually. Wow. But yeah, there's a couple of dudes that do this like professionally, and Brayton Lasher actually did it a couple weeks ago actually, down there in Florida. So I mean, there's a couple dudes that do this in real life, and I am definitely not one of those dudes. But it's crazy, man. I can't honestly believe we have this many people left after an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's made a big difference having the unlimited fast repairs. With 10 fast repairs, there probably wouldn't be but 15 or probably not even 5 cars left by now.
Yeah, we had a little group vote on that, and I don't know if the racing would be cleaner with less fast repairs, but this is, I mean, you get a little bump on your car, you can pit, but then you go flying, you got to think about the tow, so you want to really make it back to the pit lane without towing. You get hit hard enough in these cars, the whole engine's just gone.
Yeah, that's the name of the game, trying to make it back to pit road without having to tow.
Yeah, it's definitely fun though. It's something I looked forward to, and it hasn't disappointed. But do appreciate the broadcast though, man, and all the stuff you've been doing for us lately.
Well, thank you, man. It's a lot of fun to watch you guys run around.
Yeah, it'll be interesting last hour and 20 minutes, tell you that much. But
all right, sounds good. So we're going to talk to your teammate. Looks like he's in the waiting room.
Oh.
Good luck, Cody.
I know, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. Hey, Simon.
Hey, how you doing?
This is Dakota in the broadcast booth.
What's up?
How you doing out there?
Having the time of my life. A little bit stressful at times. You cannot keep tires on this car, but I heard that you've been talking to some of the drivers, and I had to get on a piece of it.
Well, was my pick in the qualifying race yesterday, and you let me down.
Man, I know. I let myself down in the qualifying race, but I had to balance a little bit and just decide, you know what? I would rather take less chances and know that I'm going to make the show, because making it here was the biggest part for me. I mean, 180 minutes of figure 8 racing, it's unlike any endurance event you could possibly be in.
Oh, yeah, you're currently 13th.
Did I lose that many positions? I was
you're
10th when I put myself in the booth, and then I ended up pitting for over a minute. It takes so long to put fuel in these cars, it's not even funny.
Oh, yeah, several of the guys right around you, very tight. 8th is 20 laps down, and I'm trying to wait for the scoring to come back around. We'll see how many laps down you are.
24.
Oh, you're 24 laps down, so within a few laps of each other.
Man.
But you're doing way better than your teammate there. He's sitting 23rd. Uh-oh, there he goes, spinning around.
I'll get it in reverse, and we'll get it back in gear. Oh, well, maybe.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, we're good. Maybe not.
Up on his side, Simon Grills. Where do you think you're going to come out in this one? You got a couple people up in front of it you can pass. Do you think you can make up 24 laps?
Not 24, but I can surely make a top 10 work and be more than happy with it. I mean, my first league exposure on iRacing was back in March when Brayton and Garrett put on the iRacing Extreme Figure 8 Tour. And it was a different car every week, 16 weeks, and Garrett won the championship. And that was some of the most fun I'd had, racing a $90 Walmart wheel on a kitchen table on a laptop. And it is just blown up for me. I mean, iRacing, one of the leagues that you do on Wednesdays, and have a blast. But it's something about these fun runs that just gets everybody riled up, and we're having a blast. Well, most of us are having a blast.
Yeah, it looks like you're only about a lap behind 10th spot, so looking for a top 10 for Simon Grills tonight.
That's all we need. Thank you so much for coming out here. I mean, I know this isn't the typical broadcast, but 180 minutes is a big deal to all of us up here in Indianapolis with the Speedrome and the World Figure 8 Tour, so getting to do a virtual version is so much fun.
He gets hit and goes through the intersection. Yeah, this is not quite cup racing or oval racing, but this has been a lot of fun for me and Jamie. One gets spun out behind you. Heading into the pits, Simon Grills.
Yeah, motor's blown up.
Uh-oh. Well, good luck tonight. We're going to get back to calling this race.
All right, thanks, guys.
Absolutely. And that was Simon Grills. He's currently in 12th, looking for a top 10 spot. Update on the leader, Gary Cronenwet. He is still 7 laps ahead of Timothy Perkins. See Timothy spinning around in the middle there. Dakota Bro, he's 3rd. He gets hit with our 4th place competitor, Michael Accord. So, Jamie, you were running out there earlier in the practice session. Do you think that you could have done a whole interview and still run out there without getting hit?
That is a negative. I'm not good at multitasking, so trying to talk, and on Sunday nights in my Sunday night league that you broadcast for under caution, that's when you start talking to everybody. I'm used to that, and I still mess up my words sometimes. I can't do 2 things at once when it comes to racing.
Yeah, well, Simon Grills and Cody Bullock took the time to talk to us for a little while. They're mired back in the field. Grills 12th and Bullock currently 22nd. Grills has a chance to get back into the top 10.
Yeah, I believe he is going to accomplish that. I can foresee him getting at least top 8. He's been driving really good around this track the last few laps. I've seen him stay out of trouble, and now he's missing the hood, and almost get an incident there at the crossroad, but I mean, he's still driving fairly well.
Yeah, Timothy Perkins also involved there at the crossover.
I mean, I could tell that these guys are having a blast by the voices of, Cody Bullock and Simon Grills. These guys are enjoying this just as much as the viewers are, and we are calling it.
Yeah, they sounded like they were having a blast. When you can hear someone smile, then you know they're having a good time.
That's correct, and that's all iRacing's for, man. It's just having a blast. We're not, fortunate enough to be at the level of like racing NASCARs, but doing sim racing on iRacing or any other sim racing game, you feel like you are a professional race car driver, and that's what I love about iRacing.
Yeah, iRacing is the premier simulator for any type of racing, especially NASCAR. They laser scan these tracks. So this track that you're seeing right now, this is Irwindale Speedway out in California. And this iRacing, they came to this track, got a laser, and it's an interesting process how they do it. But they take this big laser and they scan this track, and every single little bump, every single little crack, every single little where they've filled them, you feel that as you're driving around. And some people, they have motion rigs, so they really feel the bumps. You see a lot of cars there getting involved in an incident. they have a thing called a butt kicker that you can put on your sim rig, and it's vibrating every time you hit a bump or any time another car hits you. So there's a lot of different things and it goes into these sim rigs. And like we was talking about earlier with the monitors, some of these guys on single monitors, some of these guys using triple monitors. They've got 3 monitors, then they can see left and right a little more in their peripheral. But for this, like I said earlier, I think an event like this, virtual reality goggles would really give you a major advantage, being able to turn your head left and turn your head right to actually see what's coming as you approach the crossover.
Yeah, that's true, but do you think that you could wear your VR headset for 3 hours, possibly 4, even before the session even starts? I mean, you're still putting it on to adjust your field of view and stuff like that. You think you could wear it for 4 hours?
Well, I've personally never worn one, so I don't know. It would probably be a strain on the neck if you're only used to running an hour or two. That extra hour and a half when you do the practice sessions. Your neck may be getting tired by the end of it, having to hold that up and turning it left and right.
Yeah, that's for sure. Normal races last about maybe hour and a half, 2 hours at tops, but here they're running 3 hours. Personally, I can tell you that I couldn't wear a VR headset for 3 hours, plus, my microphone headset and be able to talk. I mean, my ears are hurting now because it's pressing up against my head, and I'm just sitting here. I can't imagine trying to race and, moving the steering wheel, gas and go, gas and brake, and no, I'm happy with my single monitor. Let's just say that.
And we've got James Fox here with multiple spins while we're watching him.
Yeah, the 16.
Cronin went.
16 of Simon Grills got involved in an accident as they're just piling up in the crossroad. I've seen the 67 flipping. I've seen multiple cars flipping into the crossroad. It's just getting down to crunch time as we're nearing 2 hours.
Yeah, let's take a better look through the crossroads, through the crossover. A lot of cars there in the crossover, a big pileup. Go back live on our leader. He's up by 7 laps. We've got 10 laps left. Seven laps ahead of Perkins. That's Cronenwet out there in the lead. Brayton Laster, he moves up another spot, now in the 6th position. As Brown looks like he's in the pits. Oh, and Laster, he takes a flip. Oh, got hit by the 25. He's still out there running, Brayton Laster. We're going to try and get a word with Brayton here. Hey, Brayton, this is Dakota in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
I do got a copy, yes, sir.
Well, hey, man, you're out there. You're running 6th. You're got a good shot at finishing the top 5. We talked to a couple of the other competitors, And in the chat, Kyle Downey says, we want to hear from the 180. So how's your race going?
How's it going? It's rough. I'm not gonna lie, it's real rough. I've done the same set of tires for 249 laps. I got my dinner sitting next to me on a table, but I haven't ate it it's just been sitting there for the past 45 minutes. I can smell it, but I haven't ate it because I'm waiting to get a 2 or 3 minute tow for a chance to eat it, but I'm running too good that I haven't rested good enough to get a tow yet.
Well, that sounds like cruel and unusual punishment to have your food sitting there and you can smell it and can't eat it for 45 minutes.
It does. I had chicken nuggets around 2 o'clock, but that was about it. So I'm going pretty strong here on no food. It's rough. Say a lot of dirty drivers. Well, I wouldn't say dirty, but a lot of not smart drivers that's not really looking or conserving their cars. But say I did about first half hour real conservative, first 45 minutes, and the rest nobody else was. So I dropped back to about 19th or so. I'm decided to get pushed at situations that I'm up to 7th. So I'm doing something kind of right.
Yeah, you're doing a good job moving up through the field. I believe that you were our 13th place runner at lap 113.
I think so too. I was trying to time that perfectly. So here we go, boys. Oh, I did not make it there. My bad, though.
Oh man, so close.
Kind of made it.
Yeah, slide it through. Well, Brayton, you are the organizer of this event. How do you feel like it's going so far?
A lot rougher than I would have wished. A lot of people are complaining and not too happy in the chat. I know the viewers can't hear the chat between the drivers, but good thing they can't because there have been some not so great things said about one another. It's a good thing that drivers in real life cannot hear each other or talk to each other because it would not be ugly. But overall, I mean, I'm happy. I mean, we still got about 15, 20 cars out here, so I'm not real sure I'm too busy driving to count. But it's been a huge success, especially thanks to our sponsors. You know, they've come on board and made it $781 purse or so, and that's the biggest big rate iRacing purse I'm aware of, at least amongst the events I've hosted. But it's pretty good. So we had 27 cars under 22 seconds. That is a fast field. I was talking to Garrett before this race. He said it was scary fast. So
we've got somebody on Facebook named Richie Emery wants to know how your arms feel after your practice at Brownstown Speedway.
Yeah, Richie's on my crew there. He was with me when we practiced today. And for those who don't race dirt, it gets real bumpy real quick, and the track was terrible today at Brownstown. And it wore me out. It wore me out real good. My left arm, I was going to have to pull off practice. My arm was hurting that bad. But,
well, you got about an hour and 5 minutes left. You think you're going to be able to make it?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good right now. I got a little nap on the ride home from Brownstown. So I didn't get any practice in. Just trying to conserve that arm for the iRacing. I didn't get any practice until qualifying. I beat my personal best time there, 21.07. So it's real close. Uh-oh.
Cars flipping to your left and right.
Yeah. It's crazy out here. Bombs out here chugging along.
All right, well, good luck to Brayton. We'll hopefully see you there at the end as you're just need to get, looks like 3 more laps and you'll be in the top 3.
Yeah, I'm in for that top. I'm in for that top 5. You know, pay some pretty good money. So.
Absolutely. Well, good luck.
All right, thank you guys.
And that was Brayton Laster. We got some requests for Timothy Perkins, but he's not in our Discord channel, so I can't interview him. If he was in here, I would pull him in, but he's not in our Discord, so not able to get Timothy Perkins, but he's currently in the pit lane along with Cronenwet. They're both in there getting tires. Looks like Perkins may be getting out first. He's 6 laps down. Through all those interviews, Dakota Bro, he drops back to 5th position. He is sitting 16 laps down, and Brayton Laster right there next to him, now a lap behind him. We don't have many guys in the Discord to choose from. Actually, we've interviewed just about all of them. Cronenwet back out there. We got 2 minutes left until another award. And that's that leader at the 120-minute mark. Cronenwet back in the pits. Can Timothy Perkins come up and surprise? As he's been running in between 3 and 10 laps down this whole race. Timothy Perkins done a great job. I mean, he got 10 laps down, run back up to 3 laps down, and now he's 5 laps down. As Cronenwet was back in the pits, but he's back out again. One minute left for that 120-minute mark. And he goes sideways. We'll have to see how long it takes him to get it going. I don't think it's going to be enough. There's a 5-lap difference, 58.67 through the corner, a little sideways. And only 1 minute left. We're going to go ahead and give it to Cronenwet. And that is a sponsorship from Cronenwet Motorsports. So Gary able to keep his money on that one. He's in the outside wall. Sitting backwards, Perkins now 4 laps behind. Leader lap 120, that's a $25 for Cronenwet. And he's involved in another incident. Now Perkins only 3 laps behind. That up there where it says 59 to go, that's minutes, not laps. 59 minutes left in the 180-minute figure 8 endurance race. Laster now on the same lap. With Dakota Bro, there he is, right behind Brayton Laster. This the battle for the top 5. The 52 around sideways, that puts Brayton Laster back in the top 5, actually in the top 5 for the first time today. Brayton Laster, we just talked to him, and he's sitting there driving around now for 50 minutes with his food sitting on a table next to him. Said he's able to smell it, just can't eat it. And I said, that's cruel and unusual punishment. Cronenwet in the pits. Timothy Perkins now only 1 lap down. Andrew Teep, he's in the pits, 84. He's running 9th. He's not in our Discord either. There's only about 4 guys in here, and I've interviewed most of those. So probably not going to get any more interviews until the final, after they cross the line on the final minute, and we'll interview the top 3 finishers. if they all jump into this Discord. Cronenwet involved in another incident. Perkins now comes around. This may be to get back on the lead lap. Cronenwet gets back rolling. He's going to hold the lead, Timothy Perkins. He's coming around. Now only about a lap and a quarter behind Cronenwet. Can he keep this car rolling and on the track? And how many more incidents is Cronenwet going to be involved in? And Perkins, he's pulled out to an 8-lap advantage over Michael Accord in third. That number 17 car. Gary Cronenwet, he spins it around, and Perkins right there. This not a pass for the lead, but a pass for Perkins to potentially get back on the lead lap just behind our leader. Cronenwet, he crosses the line. Now Perkins crosses the line. Timothy Perkins working hard to get back on the lead lap. The car spins out in front of these guys. Oh, Perkins checks up down through the crossover. And there you go. Cronenwet involved in an incident. Perkins gets back on the lead lap. Now Cronenwet blows his engine, gonna have to go to the pit lane. Looks like he'll make it without getting a tow, but how much time is that gonna cost as Perkins now comes around, and we may have a lead change for the first time in about an hour and a half. There we go, lead change. New leader, Timothy Perkins, as he passes Cronenwet. Now Cronenwet back out on the track. We'll have to see where this scores. When they come back in, I'm not real sure. Looks like actually Cronenwet gonna hold on to the lead. Perkins now only 4 seconds back. Looks like when they come out of the pit lane, that he's going to hold his lead. But now only a 5-second difference. That's the difference. There's Cronenwet, and right there is Perkins. As Cronenwet with those new tires quite a bit quicker. Oh, looks like Perkins gets sent into the corner. Now he's 8 seconds back. Cronenwet trying to pull out. Perkins has to be the story of this race right now. At one point was 11 laps down, and now only 7 seconds off the lead. As he tries his best to catch back up to Cronenwet. And Cronenwet has led almost all of this race. Just a 7-second difference between first and second now. At one point, Cronenwet had an 11-lap lead over second. And Perkins involved in an incident. He'll have to go into the pit lane. The 59 around. 69 tries to avoid, but hits the front end of the 59, and the 59 of Perkins goes into the pit lane. See, he'll get in there and get those new tires. Now back a lap down. Cronenwet involved in a little bit of an incident. but he'll continue. He's there in a cluster of cars. Now Perkins looks like he'll go 2 laps down. One goes flipping. Timothy Perkins now back out. He is 2 laps down. 52 minutes to go. Looks like he's in the only one with a real shot at catching the 21 of Cronenwet. The 52, you see him upside down. Well, not quite upside down, but nose to the ground. And Dakota Bro and Laster, they've been racing hard. They're still on the same lap, racing for that 5th spot. As Laster trying to avoid that in the middle. Some of these cars going around sideways. Cronenwet, he's still your leader, 2 laps out, ahead of Timothy Perkins. Michael Accord there in 3rd, but he's 11 laps down. Fourth spot, James Fox in the 58. He's 12 laps back. Dakota Bro, he is 14 laps down in 5th. Braden Laster, he's running 6th spot. And he's 15 laps down. And I'd say that's really where the cutoff is right now, with only 50 minutes to go. Of who potentially has a legitimate chance at getting back to the lead. Cronenwet involved in a little bit of an incident. Perkins right there trying to get back to only 1 lap down. But Tyler Brown, he's 23 laps down in 7th. That's going to be real difficult for all these people in front of him to have enough incidents in 50 minutes for him to get 23 laps back, as well as Thomas O'Leary and Garrett Fox in 8th and 9th. Dawson Hess now running 10th, 26 laps down. Grills we talked to earlier, he's 12th. He's actually racing for the 12th spot with the 14, now 13th there in front of him. That's for 12th. This pass right here for the 12th spot. Oh, Perkins involved. 17 comes across, and the 59, he's smoking. He'll have to go to the pit lane to get a repair. He's now 3 laps down. And we just wait to see Will Cronenwet get involved in another incident. Cronenwet now 3 laps up. Timothy Perkins sits there now 4 laps down. He gets that faster pair of new tires, and he is heading back out. Got to keep that pit lane speed till he reaches the green cone. There it is in front of the pace truck. And now Timothy Perkins back out. Going to score him 4 laps down. So Cronenwet going to need an incident where he has to tow for Timothy Perkins to catch up, and Timothy Perkins gonna need to keep it clean. His car's spinning out all around him, left and right. chaos everywhere. Perkins checks up as cars are driving through. And he tags the 58 around. Fox 14 laps down. Perkins slides it sideways, avoids the cars. He's just going to drift all the way around this track. The 59 of Timothy Perkins doing his best to hold on. Oh, and he gets tagged, the 17. But if Perkins holds it straight, gets through the crossover without incident. And the 17 hitting another car parked in the crossover. And there's Dakota Bro had to pit. He's back out. He's currently scored 6th as Brayton Laster is now in the 5th position. And he's on the same lap now with Fox. So he could potentially move up into the 4th spot. And with an incident from the 17 of Michael Accord, Laster could see a top 3 finish as we get down with only 46 minutes left of 180. Cronenwet, there you go. There's an incident. And now our leader in the pit lane, Perkins, still running 3 laps down as he passes Cronenwet. Now only 2 down. But Cronenwet did not have to tow. He'll make it to the pit lane. And he's just now stopping in his pit. Is it going to be enough? We'll have to see where they score the 21 when he comes back out of the pits. As he's already back in, somebody goes flying through the crossover. That was the number 3 again. We've seen him several times taking major incidents as one come out of the pits and sent him flipping out of the track. It's the 151. Couple of cars involved there. There goes Perkins through and Cronenwet. They're both crossing the crossover at the same time. About 2.5 laps the difference right now. There's 2 cars involved in that wreck. Still got 23 cars still out on the track. Wade currently in 23rd, 84 laps down. 1 car backing it in backwards into the pit lane. There's our leader, Cronenwet. 2nd, Timothy Perkins. And both of these guys have done a great job of avoiding incidents. That is the name of the game, is just not getting hit, not hitting anybody else as you go through that crossover. Cronenwet holding on to a 2-lap lead over Perkins. Car is upside down, but not our leaders. They're holding strong. Actually, Michael Accord involved. He's 3rd place, and that's just what a couple of these guys needed, was for this 3rd place car to get sent, and he does. Flips on his roof and back on his wheels as he's back in the pit lane. But he is 11 laps down, and James Fox, he's now heading in the pit. But Brayton Laster, he's trying to get back up to these guys. Michael Accord now re-entering the speedway and immediately involved in another incident. See, Perkins gets through that time also with the number 3. There's Perkins just over 2 laps down. Cronenwet just in front of him. You see the 17 flying again. That's exactly what Fox and Laster need, is for that 17 to wreck. And he's still rolling. Hits another car. Laster trying to catch up. Michael Accord back in the pit lane. That's going to allow James Fox in the 58 to come around Accord. And he does right there. See the 17 sitting up in the pit lane in the background as James Fox goes around. We'll see when Michael Accord, he's beginning to move again. So we'll have to see where it scores him when he comes out of the pits. He'll still be 13 laps down, but now he is behind James Fox. James Fox now moves into the top 3. Accord down to 4th. Laster, he's now just 2 laps behind both Fox and Accord for 3rd. So 2 laps separating 3rd through 5th, 2 laps separating 1st and 2nd. And you see several cars involved right there, including our leader, but he'll keep going. Let's take a look at all the carnage that just happened right there as several cars go flying. A lot of avoidance, and then the 76 and the 17. 17, you see him flipping off the left side of the screen. There was where the leader and the 8 and the 14, excuse me, get involved. A lot of chaos. Cronenwet still 2 laps up. Accord now, he drops a couple of laps. He's in the pit lane. He's pulling back out. Can Brayton Laster get around? Now he'll be 14 laps down. Laster right there doing a good job of staying out. Got some damage, but that's better than having to pit and taking that time in the pit lane. And getting through and timing it exactly right to get through that intersection, through that crossover as you see cars coming. Man, what a talent. And certainly Cronenwet, see the 151, he goes flying. Let's see what happens to the 151. The 39 hits the 151, and he goes barrel rolling through the air. And then does a backflip almost. All the way up to the flag stand. Now he's sitting in the pit. Still 2 laps between Cronenwet and Perkins. And if you look at this track map, you see the 21, he's lit up in green. That's our leader. I know it says 8 on his car, but he scored his number 21. And Cronenwet, that's where he's at on the track. Timothy Perkins, now he's around sideways, and now he's going to have to go into the pits. Let's see what happened to Timothy Perkins. Looks like the 69, not sure where he was going, but 59 had nowhere to go. Perkins has to take it to the pit lane. Now he's 3 laps down. He's going to have a fresh car and fresh tires. 37 minutes left. They're all hoping that Gary Cronenwet gets involved in a few incidents. One incident where he's got to tow would make a huge difference in this race. Cronenwet now out to a 3-lap lead, and there's Perkins coming back around. Back into the left-hander. 3 laps difference. Now Fox, he's currently 3rd. He is a lap ahead of Accord. Accord out there running with no front end and no hood. Brayton Lasser only a lap behind him, now 2 laps back, as he's got pretty significant damage, not allowing him to quite go as fast as everybody else, as he's got some nose damage, probably some engine damage. Laster trying to get that 3rd spot, as it's been a battle for several laps. And Dakota Bro, he's back in 6th position. Cones flying everywhere. You see those get popped back up after about 5 seconds of flying. They get moved right back to where they were at. Thomas O'Leary, he's around. He was one of our last chance qualifier entries. He gets hit again and sent around, but O'Leary, he's 7th now. And our other last chance qualifier was Gary Cronenwet. Said he didn't have the car dialed in the qualifying races yesterday and didn't finish in the top 12 in either race. I'm not sure if he was in the 1st or the 2nd, but in his qualifying race couldn't finish in the top 12. You see Brayton Lasser, he flips quite a bit there. Let's see what happens to Brayton. He tried to check up. The 76 tried to check up as well. And the 051 goes right into the side of Brayton Lasser. He goes flipping. Let's take a look at that from Brayton's view. Let's see what he saw driving through there. Let's back that up a little bit. See him check up as he's coming through that corner. And he's seeing a couple of cars come. He checks up, misses the first, but the second one gives him a good hit. Is now Brayton having to sit in the pits. Now 20 laps down. Bro gets back around, and he's out there now in the 5th spot. Got 4 laps to try and catch Accord, 4 laps behind the 17. Laster, he re-enters. These guys are going to be side by side, racing for this 5th spot. You see that 180 behind, and he had a lot of damage. Laster had a lot of damage to that car. You see him trying to keep it clean as a lot of cars get sent through the crossover. Perkins in the pits. Looks like he's barely rolling. Let's see what happens to our 2nd place competitor. He comes through And the 85, him and the 85 may have gotten a little bit together. The 59 tries to get going. Oh, the 16, as he was trying to get turned around, sends the 59 right into the pit wall. Let's take a look from the cockpit view as he gets turned. And right there, that pit wall, hard into the pit wall for Timothy Perkins. Now Perkins going to be 5 laps down. Cronenwet, you see all these cars spinning right in front of him. Quite a wild ride inside of these cars. He tags the 88. 5 laps separate the top 2. You see him, Perkins, drive through the crossover just in front of the 21. We'll see him cross again right here. 59, you see that bright colored yellow and pink car. He drives through again cleanly. But Cronenwet done a great job of keeping this car clean along with Perkins. Already front end damage again on Timothy Perkins' car. As he does a good job of getting through. Cronenwet also still rolling around. Seems like incidents every single crossover, but Cronenwet in the 59 rarely involved. As I say that, Cronenwet gets hit. He flips. If he goes on his lid, he's stuck on his lid. Cronenwet gonna have to tow. We'll see how long that tow takes as Timothy Perkins now gonna try and make up as much time as he possibly can, down to the final 30 minutes of 180 minutes in this figure 8 endurance race. Cronenwet still in the pits, holding that tow. We'll have to see. Perkins, he comes around. The 88 sideways is just in front of him. We'll have to see. Cronenwet still sitting. Perkins making up a lot of time. Oh no, it's Perkins. Was making up a lot of time, gets hit in the crossover. That from the 84, right in the side, sends the 59 around. He may have some axle damage. We'll have to see. It looks like he may, as he got hit right in those rear tires. As he gets driving. Maybe not. Looks like he may be okay. He got spun again. Now Perkins in the pit as Cronenwet, back out on the track. So Perkins had a glimpse of hope. That hope shattered as the 84 crashes into the side of Perkins. Seems like every time Perkins gets a run on Cronenwet when he's in the pits, Perkins gets hit as well. Car is upside down. Perkins still sitting in the pits. The guys we interviewed earlier, all of them said it takes forever to fuel the car and it takes forever to get these tires changed. So Timothy Perkins spending quite a bit of time in the pit. Cronenwet now puts him 6 laps down as he drives right through the center of 2 cars passing through in the crossover. Lots of cars flipping over. Cronenwet waiting for cars to pass. He's being very conservative now, down to the final 27 minutes. Perkins trying to get one of those laps back. Cronenwet. Looks like the 59 involved in another incident. Gets hit a second time. Let's take a look. The 59 come through the crossover. The 45 tried to stop, but just tags the side. And then as he gets going, two more cars drive into the corner and send him around again. Now Perkins back in the pit lane. And here's your leader, Cronenwet. The 17 takes a huge hit. Let's take a look at that, because he was sent sky high. And that right next to the 59 as he was not involved. But wow, like a rocket ship, that 17 sent straight into the air. A big hit for Michael Accord. He's in 6th position. As now he's having to sit into the pit lane. Cronenwet, our leader, he's now 7 laps over Perkins. Oh, he slows down to avoid the cars coming through the crossover. Only 24 minutes left. Perkins gonna need some good luck. And he's gonna need Cronenwet to have some bad luck to have a chance. Looks like he's gonna need Cronenwet to at least have 2 pretty major incidents in these last 24 minutes, with Perkins not being involved in any. But the 21 being extremely conservative. He seems stopped there as they go through. Perkins now out there in 2nd spot. He's also trying to be as conservative as possible to not wreck. He's got a 10-lap advantage over 3rd spot, Dakota Bro. There in the 52. Brayton Laster, he's moved all the way up into 4th, only a lap behind Dakota there in the 3rd spot. Several cars involved there at the crossover. The 88 goes around. James Fox, he's still out there. He's 21 laps down in 5th. And Accord, he's in 6th spot right now. And 69 involved in another incident at the crossover. And that one in with the 25. And Brayton, he's doing his best to run down the 52. So the winnings in this race, first place going to get $150. Second place getting $75. Third getting $55. Fourth spot going to come home with $40. Fifth going to take home $30. And sixth all the way through 10th getting $20. So some major prize winnings. Brayton Laster, he said he was trying to move up to get into those big money spots. So $55 right now for third. That's what he's chasing. Dakota Bro there in the 52. He's got a nose missing. So as long as Laster can keep it clean, there's a decent shot that he could run him down. Tenth spot right now, the last position that gets a winnings. And John Baker, he's 35 laps down. Now just gets sent straight into the outside wall. Blows his engine, so now he's going to have to tow. And Andrew Teep, he's going to come around. Now he's in the top 10. He's going to get paid. And John Baker sends him into the pit lane. Grills, he was looking for a top 10, but he's in the pit lane. He's 3 laps behind Teep in 10th. And Andrew, as long as he gets out there and just keeps running laps, he's going to separate himself pretty quickly from all these other guys that are around him with only 20 minutes left. And this track was not nearly as black when we got started. That's how much rubber they've laid down over this first 160 minutes. Oh, the 85 and the 84, they get involved in a crash. The 84 are going to try to continue on. That was Fox. He's in 9th. He'll now head to the pit lane. Right there's your 2 front runners. Cronenwet just got around Perkins to put him 8 laps down. And Cronenwet into the pit lane. This may be his final pit stop, trying to get some tires. We'll have to see how much time that Timothy Perkins can make up. Perkins doing his best. We've got the chopper cam right now looking at Timothy Perkins. He's coming around now 6 laps down. Cronenwet still in the pit lane. Five laps now. Brayton Laster, he's off the track as well. He's currently sitting 5th, 2 laps up, or he's sitting 4th, 2 laps ahead of 5th. As now Fox moves into that spot. Now Brayton Laster back out, heading towards the pit exit. Gary Cronenwet, he's your leader by 5 laps currently over Perkins. And Perkins, at this point, desperately needs Cronenwet to have a couple of major incidents. But as we've seen Gary run around this track, he's been very conservative the last 10 or 15 minutes, trying to hold as much of that lead as he can. When cars are wrecking all around you, it's very difficult. You can see him checking up as he goes into the crossover. Perkins, he spins it around. He's got to try and get back going without getting a cutting penalty. I don't know. I think Perkins, he's been out there quite a while, may need a new set of tires, as he's done a great job of keeping that car clean. He gets sent now. The 67 hits head on with the 59 of Perkins. Cronenwet running Perkins back down, trying to put him 5 laps down again. And a little bit of an incident there, but Perkins now heads into the pit lane to get that last set of tires with 16 minutes to go. Without any major incidents, it's going to be extremely difficult for Perkins to make up that much time. Cronenwet, your leader, he's led almost all of this race. Had a couple of close run-ins with Perkins. Perkins got on the lead lap twice after being 11 laps down. Cronenwet now extends that lead back out to 7 laps over Perkins, who's now back on track, trying to make up as much time as possible. Dakota Bro there in third, just involved in an incident. Background sideways, now he's only 2 laps ahead of our 4th place runner, Brayton Laster, as he's doing his best to keep his car clean and try and run down the 52 to get a top 3 finish. Everybody wants to finish on that podium. James Fox, he's rolling around in the 5th position. Brayton Laster, he's Blaster Motorsports. He's been a big sponsor, not only a organizer of this event, but a sponsor of this event. Blaster Motorsports, and it's a professional racing operation out of the Midwest, featuring up-and-coming driver Brayton Laster. So check Blaster Motorsports out on Facebook. Give them a like and a follow. You see them up in the top right corner, Blaster Motorsports. That's Brayton Laster. He's their driver. The 13 minutes to go. Gary Cronenwet now off the track. Let's see if we can see what happened. Looked like he was very slow. Oh, got hit head on. And he had to take it into the pit lane. So that's why he's on the pit lane right now. But he's back out on the track. Now only 6 laps ahead of Perkins, who also in the pit lane. I don't see where Perkins wrecked. Perkins back out with 12 laps to go. We're reaching the end of this race. And as we wind down to the end, currently John Baker, he is in the 13th spot. And that 13th position, he's going to get a prize if he finishes 13th. That's going to be a $25 prize for finishing 13th. And in the bottom right of your corner, you see Indy Auto Recyclers. That's who's sponsoring the 13th place finisher. And if you're in the Indianapolis metro area and you got a piece of crap car laying around, you got to hit up Indy Auto Recyclers. Hit them up today to get cash for your junk car. You can find them online at IndyAutoRecyclers.com. IndyAutoRecyclers.com. Baker now moves up to 12th. Simon Grills, he's now in that 13th spot, so we'll have to see who gets the 13th place finisher. Cronenwet still out by 7 laps. Perkins, he's in the pits again. Perkins, kind of the opposite the way he needed these last few laps to go. He needed Cronenwet to have a lot of bad luck, but Perkins the one involved in a lot of these incidents. And actually, he may be having a bit of a connection issue. That would be major implications for this race if second place goes out with a connection issue. Cronenwet also in the pits. Perkins back out there. Cronenwet, he pulls in. Only 7 laps ahead. Brayton Laster, he has moved into the 3rd spot, 2 laps ahead of Dakota Bro. Simon Grills, he's sitting in the pits. Now he takes off. He's still holding that 13th spot from the IndyAutoRecyclers.com 13th place finisher award. Several cars wrecking there at pit entry. Cronenwet back out there 7 laps ahead. Perkins doing his best to hold on, but the front end of that car gone once again. As we're reaching the end of this, when people sending it in, Perkins back down the pit lane once again. Now only 9 minutes left. Perkins, as he's in the pit lane, gonna have to make up about a lap a minute, but he's been holding about 7 laps down for quite a while. So going to be difficult. We're going to have to see if Cronenwet gets involved in any incidences. There's Brayton Laster. He's currently running 3rd. Doing his best to keep his car clean. We're coming down to the closing minutes as he's a lap ahead of James Fox for the 3rd position. Fox now 4th. A couple of cars taken out right there. Our current 13th place runner, Simon Grills. Dakota Bro, he's back in the pits as he slipped back to 6th. Now battling with the cord when he re-enters. They'll be battling for 5th and 6th, separated by a lap. Laster still out there in third. A lap ahead of Fox. That right now the closest battle on the track. Grills in 13th is 2 laps ahead of Morton. 17 involved in another incident. Simon Grills, he's 2 laps ahead, but he just got sent through there. We'll have to see if Barrett Morton can run him down for that 13th spot. That a cash payout, 13th position. 10th, also a cash payout. And that's a 2-lap difference between Teep and Baker. Teep ahead in the 10th spot. That's the last person to get a cash payout except for 13th, which currently is held by Simon Grills. And Cronenwet, he's just waiting. He's being extra careful, extra conservative, just trying not to wreck because he knows that Perkins has to make up 1 lap a minute, which is an almost impossible task. And Perkins been fast all night. Perkins was involved in an incident right there that puts him 7 laps down. And absolutely T-boned. That right there may put the cap on the night for Gary Cronenwet. And Perkins again involved, this time with Simon Grills. Grills to the pit lane. Perkins staying out. Laster still a lap ahead of Fox. A bunch of cars involved in the middle. Laster doing his best. James Fox goes spinning. That's a good thing for Braden Laster, holding on to 3rd spot. Fox now in 4th. Gonna have to make up extra time with only 5 minutes left on the clock. 151 goes flipping. Grill still 2 laps ahead. Teep, he's 3 laps ahead of Brown. Both of those drivers in the pit lane. Simon Grill's 2 laps ahead of Barrett Morton, that for the 13th spot. And right there, our leader, Cronenwet. As Perkins involved in yet another incident. 8 laps behind now. It looks like Perkins just trying to finish 2nd and not get into another incident that causes him to lose 3rd, to lose 2nd to the 3rd place runner of Laster. Laster and Fox now on the same lap. That the difference for the podium. A little over a half lap with only 4 minutes left. Can Laster hold on to get the podium spot? And Cronenwet involved in an incident. He's still out there running. 151 around backwards. There another one went flying. Let's see who that was. That was the 85, our pole sitter. He goes violently into the outside wall. A lot of cars crashing in the center. Cars now going backwards. That's the 69. Matt Wilkinson. And he has to tow. There's only 3 minutes left. 2 minutes now. He may not get back in. And Cronenwet, our leader, as he has been extremely conservative the last 30 minutes of this race, has just been doing his best to not get involved in incidents. And Perkins, the last 30 minutes of this race, has just been plagued with cars drilling him through the crossover, and was almost back into the lead. Had almost taken the lead, and at 3 or 4 incidents. Now he's 8 laps down with only 2 minutes left to go. Perkins done a great job. We're now in the final minute. Laster a lap ahead now of Fox. Dakota Bro back into the pit lane with a minute left. Michael Accord, he's in 6th. He'll go to the pit lane. And Dawson Hess, he's down to 8th. Thomas O'Leary, he'll move into 7th spot. Garrett Fox, he's sitting there in the pit lane 9th. Andrew Teep, he runs 10th. Simon Grills in the 13th spot, but on the same lap as another driver, so we'll have to see who gets that 13th position. Barrett Morton coming close, so we're down to the final minute. Now only seconds left on the board. Gary Cronenwet, he's going to win this. Just got to make it around as Perkins 7 laps down. Not going to be able to make it up. Cronenwet just got to make it till we see that checkered flag. Gary Cronenwet has done a phenomenal job to keep that car clean. Won the last chance qualifier and gets in on literally on the last opportunity, and comes out and absolutely dominates the 180-minute figure 8 lap. We're down now with enough time to go one more lap. You see Cronenwet sliding around the track. With only one lap to go, he's going to try and make sure he gets across the line with a clean car. Several cars crashing. Looks like there's Timothy Perkins, our 2nd place finisher. Laster's going to come home 3rd. James Fox, he'll finish 4th. Dakota Bro, he'll finish 5th. Michael Accord running around in 6th spot. Now burnouts for that number 8. Well, the number 21's Cronenwet, absolutely dominant in this race. He'll get $150 to win this one. 2nd spot, Perkins will get $75. Third, $55. That's Laster. That's our top 3 finishers. Cronenwet, he burns it down. So we'll see if Timothy Perkins hops in the Discord. He's second spot. Brayton Laster, he's still sitting right there. There's our top 2 finishers. Let's try and get a word with third place, Brayton Laster. Hey, Brayton, this is Dakota in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I do.
You sound like you're out of breath.
I am. I'm not gonna lie. That was a butt clenching last 15 minutes. So I'm on a VR headset. I'm on the Oculus Quest. So it's a portable headset, so and you hook up to my computer. And so I have to hook up to my computer, and I didn't think I needed to charge it. So I didn't charge it before the race, and with about 15 minutes to go, a notification comes up across the screen, Oculus battery low. And at the time, I was in a neck-and-neck battle with James Fox for third place. And that was, oh man, it was crazy.
You're kind of muffled, Brayton. I can't quite understand you.
Okay, give me 1 second here.
That's much better right there.
Okay, that's good. Okay, yeah, so I'm racing with a VR headset, an Oculus Quest 2, and I have to hook it. It's portable. It's like it's its own device, but I can hook up to my computer using a cable, and it's got its own battery stuff, but it uses the power off my computer. And I figured I wouldn't need to charge it since it's plugged into my computer, and it uses the power of my computer to charge it. And about 15 minutes to go, I got a warning across my screen that my VR headset battery was low.
But you made it the final 15 minutes?
Yeah, it was a very butt-clenching 15 minutes. I was neck and neck with James. We were on the same lap there for a long time. Yeah, and actually, as I crossed in my water temperature gauge, and the car kept going up, and I did a single half donut, and it blew. So this engine didn't have very long. I went a long while there at the end without pitting, so.
Well, you'll come home third in this race. First off, as a broadcaster, I would like to thank you for putting on this event. You all did a great job putting all this together. 180 minutes. How do you feel after all that?
I'm not gonna lie. Between practice at Brownstown today, and I'm just sitting back in my chair right now. I'm leaning. I got a drink. My first drink. I'm trying to find it actually. I got my first drink in about 3 hours here. I was able to get a bite to eat. I got about 3 bites on my sandwich around lap 273. I pitted for tires for the first time in the race. I got about 2-3 bites of food, but it was cold, but it was still good. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm beat. My neck hurts, my butt hurts. I probably got the raccoon eyes from this VR headset. But
so, how many laps did they end up running total?
The leader, Gary Cronin, ended up doing 426 laps, give or take 1 or 2. So
426. We had asked the fans earlier how many that they thought was going to run. It's one person said 437, so very close.
I was going to say, yeah, I did some math, and I said about 430, 420, give or take. So
you're right on the money.
Well,
good job, Brayton. Do you have anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, crew chief, Kyle, Cripple Downey, Richie Emery, Robert Bush, all those guys going to Brownstown with me today. The sponsors, especially that came on board, Image 13, Indy Auto Recyclers, Northwest Figure 8, Evergreen Speedway, Next Level Designs, Inside the Track, Disaster Motorsports. Great group of guys there. Whole collaboration between them, giving this huge purse together. That was huge. Huge thanks to Garrett Fox. He helped me put a lot of this together. He was a huge help during this. Actually helped as well with the trophy. Got a trophy for the winner for Gary Cronin. We're going to deliver that to him too. But got an awesome girlfriend, Emily. She was wishing me good luck and stuff before the race. Well, I mean, I didn't think I'd come home third. I don't do a whole lot of figure 8 iRacing. I manage these events. We did a whole season, a 20 race season over the past 7 or 8 months. A couple months ago we did. And I think I only raced 2 or 3 times now. I ended up winning one of them because Garrett was leading and got wrecked. But yeah, I don't do a whole lot of iRacing figure 8. I beat my personal best in qualifying. That was a huge lap, but I didn't think I got third. I just played it conservatively for the first half hour, like I mentioned earlier, and just decided that I was 20 laps down in 30 minutes. I just couldn't afford that. And I wasn't even getting wrecked. That was the thing. A lot of guys were wrecking and coming back out, still beating me. So
We did a great job, Brayton. Congratulations on third. We're going to go have a comment here with Timothy Perkins.
all righty, thank you guys.
Thank you. All right, now on to second place finisher. Timothy Perkins, as the time's run out on the session. We can't quite pull his name up, but this is Timothy Perkins, second place finisher. Hey, Timmy, this is Dakota in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got a copy. What's up, sir?
Hey, man, you did such a great job. There at the end, you almost caught back up to Cronenwet, but kept getting a hit in the crossover. So close, but you come home second. Great job. How do you feel after this?
Tired. I feel like an old man and I'm young.
I'd say 180 minutes is a long time to sit in a chair and run around, not quite circles, but
Yeah.
figure eights.
Especially when I want to say I went down 15 laps at one point.
Yeah, you were down quite a bit, and you come all the way back, got to the lead lap. But as Cronenwet come back out of the pits, you were on the same lap, just couldn't quite get ahead of him.
That crossover is tricky, man.
Yeah, it is. Watching 180 minutes of just absolute carnage. But you and Gary both did a great job of keeping your cars clean. How do you, when you're coming out of the corner, what's your thought process as you're seeing cars coming through to not hit them?
Man, to be honest with you, when I'm in the center of the corner, I'm looking to my left or my right, whichever corner I'm in, and I'm timing it, man. If I can make it, then I go. If I can, I lift a little bit and try to shoot the gap. I know I seen the live that you guys were on, man, and I heard that I was a thriller in the crossover, so had to give the crowd a little bit of a show, huh?
Absolutely. I don't think we have a most popular driver award, but based on our chat, I think if we did, you'd win it. A lot of people cheering you on in the chat tonight.
I'm just glad it's over, man. Back up and go home.
I feel you. Do you have anybody you'd like to thank?
Just my fiance and then Bruff Motorsports. Me and Dakota Bruff we ran as a team, so.
Well, great job. You come home second. That'll come with a cash prize. So great job. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. You have a good night.
You too, man. That was our second place finisher, Timothy Perkins. Now let's go to our winner of the 180-minute race. Let's see if we can get some something else pulled up. Before we go to our winner here. All right, this is our winner, Gary Cronenwet. Hey, Gary, this is Dakota in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Doing good. You win that last chance qualifier. You get into the big main event, and you come out here and you not only do well, man, you absolutely dominate this race.
I'm telling you, that was the hardest race I had to drive in a long time. I mean, that's so intense and nerve-wracking, but it just, nutrition is what these endurance races are about, and I thought I had it lost for a little bit. When Timmy there was, he was gaining on me. I knew I had 14 laps ahead of him, and then it went down to 6, and then 4, and then we were on the same lap. I actually was getting kind of worried, but I was just getting bad luck after bad luck before we even hit the halfway mark.
Yeah, he was, I don't know, at least 11 to 14 laps down at one point and comes all the way back to get on the lead lap. It was very exciting for a while, but it seemed like there at the end, every time you got in an incident, so did he, and it stayed about 5 to 7 laps, the difference between the two.
Yeah, I was kind of noticing that, once I would get in trouble, he would get in trouble 4 laps later, or if he got in trouble, I got in trouble 2 laps later. Like, it was just a back and forth thing, and he ran such a great race, starting in the back of the pack like that. I believe he started like 9th or something, but it was just keep on going, keep digging. I turned my relative off. I didn't want to look at it. I said, just keep going. Don't worry about what's behind you. And I just stayed focused with about an hour left.
And I asked Perkins this question. I'll ask you the same question. When you're driving through the corner, and we saw you all check up several times and go left or right, how do you see the cars coming around? And what's your strategy as you're coming out of that corner, approaching the cross?
Well, from experience, because I used to race figure eight at Flat Rock Speedway. What you do is you look beyond the X. You look over in that corner to see who you're going to meet up with. You just got to time it just right. But with Irwindale, that track, the big tires in the way, the barricade they got with the light, it's really, you can't see until the last second. It's just, you got to just time it so right. It's just crazy.
Well, man, you did a phenomenal job. We had several awards throughout the night, like 120-minute award. So I think 116. I'm not real sure. I'd have to go back. But you won several of these awards because you led from early on in this race all the way through the end.
I mean, that's good. Just put an exclamation point on it. But I'm gonna say this right now: Garrett Fox, and whatever other guys in their stable, what they do with these setups and stuff, he was a lifesaver. I mean, I was out to lunch, but he gave me something to work off of, and I can't thank him enough for giving me something that I could work with.
All right, you got anybody else you'd like to thank here as we're getting ready to close this one out?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you up in the broadcast booth for spending 4.5 hours putting this on and giving the fans something to watch. And definite thanks to Brayton and Garrett for putting this on and all their hard work they've done. And, just the dedication that they have, try to get this thing going was immaculate. So I'd like to thank them. And then CSM Motorsports, Limelight Motorsports, my family, of course. I spent 3.5 hours away from them right now. I love them guys, and just thank everybody watching. That's good.
All right, well, great job, Gary. You come home, you're the winner of the 180-minute figure 8 endurance race. Once again, congratulations.
Woo! Thank you, appreciate it. That was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. See ya.
Take it easy.
All right. That winds out the 180-minute endurance race. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors. Next Level Designs, IndyAutoRetailers.com. So many to name. IndyAutoRecyclers.com. Northwest Figure 8 at Evergreen Speedway in Monroe, Washington. Want to thank them. Blaster Motorsports, Image 13. Want to give a big shout out to them. Multiple payouts in the night. Image 13, racing photographer in the Midwest. Go give all these sponsors a like on Facebook. Inside the Track, they provide photos for several different racetracks: the Indianapolis Speedrome, Brownstown Speedway, and the Circle City Raceway. They team up with the Image 13 to provide photos each week, so go give them a like on Facebook. Like to thank Kyle Downey for giving that Pull It Downey Award. I don't think I'm forgetting anybody. If I am, I apologize, but the sponsors are scrolling through. We appreciate all the sponsors. Thank you so much for helping this event be possible. Without you, it wouldn't be. So thank you. And tonight, that'll be it for tonight. As Gary Cronenwet, your winner, Timothy Perkins second, Brayton Laster will come home in the third spot. And from us at the Throttle Up Racing Network, we appreciate everybody for stopping by and visiting and watching. This will be the biggest event in Throttle Up Racing Network history, and we appreciate everyone who stopped by and spent some time with us tonight. So we will see you tomorrow night. We'll be cup racing with the Southern Excitement Racing League. So if you want to stop by and watch that, we'll be on about 8:30. And Wednesday night, we'll be at the Rebel Racing League on Wednesday night. So appreciate everybody for stopping by, and we will catch you next time.